Hellola patrons, this is the start of our new Dwarf Fortress series, Datan Datur Igath and Riz, IronSpire, The Scraped Skies. If you want to get just straight to the action, there'll be a timestamp in the description that'll let you skip the exposition and just get right into it. Like, comment, and subscribe. Love you. So, this world here is Ushul Minbaz, the realm of enchanting. It is a world that is 600 years old. A world that is drenched in warfare and infested with hundreds of mega beasts, semi-mega beasts, and titans. From its inception, there have been civilizations that have fought and spread and done their very best to survive. This is a world that the boundaries of race mean much less to some of the civilizations that I've been looking over, especially. And after some surveying and some inquiring with members of the Discord, we started to turn our attention to the Vigorous Nets, a dwarf civilization that isn't exactly the most numerous, not by a long shot. These are very much the underdogs. Whereas people like the Citadel of Roughness have roughly 2,100 dwarves, or the Grizzly Daggers, numbering in 15,000 with 42 sites to their name, or the Hammer of Monasteries that has 17,000 to their name. The Vigorous Nets have a mere 360 to their names, and a mere 2 sites. Their capital of Warm Cloisters, and another place that I have not looked into yet. Hi, Potato. How you doing? So, the Vigorous Nets are a dwarven society that is struggling. For one thing, let me see here. You know what? Yeah, they've very much been struggling. Very tired. I hope the fortressing goes well. It's about to, yeah, for sure. So, the Vigorous Nets, capital of Warm Cloister, has been seeded 2 days' travel from a dark goblin fortress. The fortress of shit. Well, I'm just gonna. Let's see. I'm completely forgetting the name of the. I know it had the word diamond in. You know, we'll take a look in a second here, and we'll figure it out. But yeah, the Vigorous Nets are close to it. The Diamond Scorpion. That was it. The Fortress of Diamond Scorpion is 2 days' travel from, from the Fortress of Warm Cloister. Seen here. Warm Cloister is set right next to a monastery and to a mysterious site of some sort that houses worshippers of a strange god. Over here is the Fortress of Diamond Scorpion. Diamond Scorpion is home to a demon. A towering, skinless lizard demon, twisted into humanoid form. And its name is Flinch Lizard, the Wicked Bug. Flinch Lizard.
Hey, bitch!
Hi, Obsidian. How you doing? Flinch Lizard is a is a demon that holds host to a massive army of about 34,000 creatures. And that includes goblins, trolls, probably includes beak dogs, and all of their other types of war animals as well. So, for 600 years, give or take, the dwarves of the Vigorous Nets have been at war with the denizens of Diamond Scorpion. Exactly. So, this is Flinch Lizard the Wicked Bug, a legendary thrower and wrestler. No Friday night beast fight? We'll find out if there are any forgotten beasts there. Flinch Lizard is a jealous, covetous demon. And so, whilst the lust for power and expansive territory goes along with the desires of any demon, this demon has a few more things that it craves. It was brought into the world by a god of the hunt to ponder the ineffable nature of hunting. And so I don't feel like she seeks extermination as much as she does drawing out the hunt. But she is also a figure of supreme jealousy. She wants what she cannot have, and that is the ability to fit in with this dwarven society. I've looked through their historical records, and the people of the Vigorous Nets quite often hold ceremonies, many of which are athletic in nature, including... Excellent, Ash. Good job. Including feats of foot racing and wrestling. Now, the historical record tells us that Flinch Lizard would come down from her dark fortress to take part in these foot races and in these wrestling contests. Now, we know that a demon is about 600 feet tall in comparison to a dwarf. And so, predictably, with her enormous size and prodigious strength, she would win most of these wrestling matches. Most of them. And I wonder if she threw one or two of these matches in order to keep things interesting. But it's clear that this is something she cannot get in her dark fortress. And so she comes down to Wormcloister in order to take part. And I think that is partly why she hasn't wiped out the Vigorous Nets just yet. She still loves the thrill of the competition. But also, she has absolutely boundless patience, awesome intellectual powers, an amazing memory, a great feel for social relationships, a very good sense of the position of her own body, and an ability to read emotions fairly well. But she has little natural inclination towards music. Yeah, she is a competitive bitch. She wants to be she wants to have that attention. She wants everybody to be looking at her, whether it's with fear or reverence. She is never the slightest bit cheerful about anything, which makes sense as she is part of the field of jealousy. But she never feels discouraged and is incredibly calm, impervious to the effects of stress. As avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth, which makes sense again, as she has enormous amounts of territory. As a dyed-in-the-wool quarreler, never missing a chance to lash out in verbal hostility. To me, This makes her seem like a WWE villain, a heel who loves to argue as well as scrap and brawl. She disdains even the best advice of associates and family, relying strictly on her own counsel. Doesn't feel the slightest need to reciprocate favors that others do for her, no matter how major the help or how much she needed it. This also makes sense, because the god that helped bring her into this world, she does not worship this god. The god Tor, the god of the hunt and of writing and fishing and fish. An intellectual hunter kind of god, one who plans, one who traps, one who waits. She is absorbed in delusions of self-importance, is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to her sadism. She is shameless, absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others. She feels helping others as an imposition on her time, sees others as selfish and conniving, is assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise when she has something to say. So overall, she is a belligerent and cruel, calculating demon. And this is the demon that imposes itself upon the Vigorous Nets for hundreds of years. Over the centuries, the dwarves of the Vigorous Nets have recognized that their dwindling numbers mean they cannot afford to turn away help. And so the main fortress of Warmcloister is home not just to dwarves, but also to goblins who would evade the cruel tyranny of Flinch Lizard, the wicked bug. And so our civilization has had, over the past 20 years or so, numerous goblin monarchs that have all perished when the fortress has been
Hey,
regularly
Lola.
attacked by Flinch Lizard's forces. Our current goblin queen actually possesses a dwarf name, meaning that she was raised among the people of the Vigorous Nets. To them, she is as much one of them as any of the other dwarves. And you can see this when you check her values. Normally, when you see a goblin come from a siege, you see them say something like, they value power and they have a propensity towards treachery. But if you look at this goblin's values, like others in her culture, she holds craftsmanship to be of the highest ideals and celebrates talented artisans and their masterworks. These are dwarven values. And so the dwarves of the Vigorous Nets see no issue with her claim to the throne. They just kind of wish she'd put some clothes on. Now, she worships a goddess called the Courageous Persuader. The Courageous Persuader is a dwarven goddess, so despite her being a goblin, her growing up among the Vigorous Nets means that she too worships those dwarven gods. Samam Fimshel, or the Courageous Persuader in the human tongue, is associated with valor, war, and fortresses. That might make her seem like a goodly deity, but she is by no means attached to her dwarven peers, to her dwarven subjects. She is a vicious and cruel deity. Because she is a goddess of war, she found it necessary to keep herself relevant in this world. She has personally been responsible for raising up two completely different demons from the depths of hell into their own dark fortresses so that war might rage forever. And so the dwarves court her worship in the hopes that at least war will favor them. Since the early 200s, she has, before the early 200s, she was mostly responsible for divine inspiration of books here and there. But ever since then, she has cursed dwarves, elves, and goblins alike with lycanthropy and vampirism as a means of perpetuating war. But then here's something that our Goblin Queen and the Lizard Demon have in common. They both worship a god called Guthstak Buzzardsucks, a god that appears as a skeletal male dwarf and is associated with deformity, disease, death, suicide, and the earth. A deity in my mind that suggests the inevitable pull of the end of time. Something which I find somewhat contrarian, considering that goblins don't die of old age. Perhaps to her death is merely a fascination, especially considering how many of her former goblin monarchs have perished in these sieges. But the fact that both she and the lizard demon worship this same goddess, I like to think that it's a bit of a tenuous connection between the two of them. But hey, I've baited the hook enough for you, I think. We're gonna take a quick break so that I can feed Zelda, and then when we get back, I'm gonna get a little bit more into what our story is tonight, as we try out the Dwarf Fortress Siege update. So, everyone, get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink, do whatever it is you need to do, and we will be right back.
Is the plan you're looking for?
All right, everybody, we are back. So, let me turn the volume up here a little. Welcome, everybody, to the first in a new series of Dwarf Fortress. The Siege update is out, and we are here to explore it. Now, if you were here for the intro, you'll recognize what we're here for. We are in a new world, Ushul Minbaz, the realm of enchanting. We've got a few mods here, and I'm gonna pop in the mod list chat here. We have a few things like candy makers, Cleanodev's dry mines, the Dwarven Cuisine cookbook, exotic starting beasts, animal people, being able to grind shells into flux, letting Dwarven women have beards, and more. After all, Dwarven women should get to have as glorious beards as Dwarven men. So, we start on the 15th of Granite in the year 600. I picked 600 because it was a good amount of time to allow civilizations to build up and thrive, for other civilizations to fall. I don't need no tutorial. So, as you can see, this place has a number of larger continents and islands. We've got some terrifying looking dead woods over here, build-ups of different civilizations, necromancer towers, numerous volcanoes, a big icy region in the north. Thank you, Ari. I hope you're having a good day. And this place is festooned with hundreds of mega beasts. Partly because I wanted the option to potentially capture a couple if we can. So, this is the region we'll be looking at. The Vigorous Nets have just 2 civilizations to their name. And as we covered in the beginning, Nish Gulf Torches is a goblin, one of many that have previously ruled the Vigorous Nets. Our capital is here, and then we have a smaller, I think, hillocks, possibly fort over to the east. And over here is the fortress of Diamond Scorpion. So, our queen has a plan. And that is to send out a small team of dwarves partway between the different fortresses, the trenches, in order to... that's what I always hope for, Ari. The goal is to create a fortress that will act as a buffer between the excuse me, to act as a buffer between the forces of Flinch Lizard the Wicked Bug, and between the dwarves cowering in Warm Cloister.
Oh, whoa. It's a raid.
Oh my goodness, we're getting a double raid? Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for the raid. For those who don't know me, my name is Lola, the world's only Molotov cocktail
I'll
VTuber.
let you raid my channel any day.
Hey, yo. Yeah, I'm the world's only Molotov cocktail VTuber. I checked, and I was just getting into this brand new Dwarf Fortress update here. How was Dark Souls 2? I was in your channel for a good bit. After Zoe raided it.
Please enjoy your stay.
Sliquid Thickwid, thank you so much for the bits. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for inserting your tip.
Hey,
Get bit.
Get bit. I am bit. How you doing, everybody? How was how was Dark Souls?
Thank you for inserting your tip.
Yeah,
French bribe.
Yeah, welcome in, everybody. If you need to raid and run, I totally get it. Streaming does take a lot out of you. Nunchucks. But otherwise, feel free to make yourselves comfortable. Sit yourself down on one of the bar stools or slide into one of the booths over here and help yourselves, one and all, to a hot drink. I'm getting hit with so much delay. Twitch kind of killing our streams tonight. Delays of up 15 minutes. I've seen that, actually. There's been some pretty bad delays. My ping is actually not great tonight. So I'm hoping that the recording here will at least be good enough for me to cut up and put on YouTube. Seems like a lot of streams are getting super... Yeah, I've noticed. Like, I was watching people like earlier, and like the frames were just getting like absolutely chopped to hell. Like the audio was fine, but the frame rate sucked. Self-destructing on the East Coast. God, I really hope they don't go ahead with the AI like auto clipping, because I feel like that's just gonna make it worse. Trans rights, damn it. Absolutely. Like, I've seen the AI bubble that's happening. I think AI is scraping Twitch streams. Maybe, but I know that Twitch wants to do an auto-clipping feature where they listen out for you to say the words like, clip that. They would scrape your voices to put into other things. You know, without your consent. or, you know, with your implicit consent that you didn't opt out of it. Or just
Pronouns!
Pronouns, yeah. Or so that you could say, somebody clip that, and to have the AI do it for you. Ah, nunchucks. If you know, you know. AI making everything worse, what's new? I know, like, the entire, like, somebody put it on Blue Sky really well. It's not a bubble, it's a bomb. And when it bursts, it's gonna kill so many, it's gonna kill the whole country. Or at least, gonna hurt it real bad. Like, yeah, being able to verbally say clip that in the middle of something, like, that's cool, but I don't like the cost that it comes at. So, to bring us back to where we were, the forces of the Vigorous Nets have picked a suitable location here between some Dark Goblin pits to the west and the fortress of Diamond Scorpion to the east. Here, in a temperate freshwater marsh in the Prim Murk, this area here, a small inlet of the river here that could serve as a moat. The area has untamed wilds, so is likely to have large wildlife that we can potentially hunt and train. The river itself will provide in the form of fish and become a defensive formation. The relatively flat lands will make for a good foundation on which to place a fortress. And it is here that we will have our defensive buffer. We'll keep the river in the bottom right, and then slowly carve around it. Savage area. I'm counting on it. And of course, we will prepare for the journey carefully. This team of peasants knows full well what's at stake here. Theirs is a nation in stark decline. One that can ill afford to send out this many dwarves, considering how few are left in the Vigorous Nets. Most of the positions of nobility have been are goblins through sheer merit of their long-standing social skills. But the dwarves are still here,
darling,
because their martial prowess and their engineering is highly valued, and so they work in connection with each other. Hi, Cyrocanu. What do you think? Is there some? Oh yeah, I don't deny it, Tara. So, our expedition leader, Sydney Stay, recognizes exactly what's at stake here. Let's take a look at her, shall we? We don't have any description just yet, but we'll get into that when we dive in. She has a great sense of empathy, very good intuition, and a good kinesthetic sense, but has little willpower and a very bad memory, which is, you know, we know our Sid has a great memory, but, you know, Sid Dwarf apparently does not. So, her skills are going to be important as an expedition leader. As a leader, it's important for her to, partly to get her hands dirty. It's important to have somebody who knows how to mine and to work with stone. After all, we're going to be building a fortress here. She's also going to be a little bit of a leader. And I know for sure that, like, I'm pretty sure that there's like a scholarly thing about, you know, we're going to give her a couple of things like a geographer, a mathematician, a logician. gonna make her a bit of a schemer as well. Someone who is someone who's a good organizer as well, or at least has a small smattering of these skills. Don't worry, we'll do our best to get everybody in on this. All right. We're gonna put in another miner because it's important to get a good start on these things. We'll also, since there's a river here, we'll make this one also a bit of a fisher dwarf. And a bit of a weaponsmith and armorsmith. Yeah, fishing is, fine. We're gonna make this one, it's gonna be important to have someone who can make good weapons and armor to start with. But a fortress is nothing if it is without supplies. So, in addition, we'll give this one a little bit of mining skills, sure. But, we're going to give them a little bit of carpentry because we want them to be able to do something with the massive amount of wood that we will hopefully be processing. Bit of a mason. Someone who can shape the stone once we have it here. Someone who is good at someone who's good at butchery. And we're also going to make them a cook because having good meals will be useful. You ever use DF to help build out a world for a fantasy TTRPG? I have not, but I can see how it could be used that way. I think it would be really useful. All right. Asmel here is going to be a herbalist, being able to pick the wild plants that we have. We're going to make them... I know that farmer is here. Okay. Planter, that's what I'm looking for. Planter and a brewer. Yes, I'm gonna go through all of the different requests once we get into the fortress proper. We're gonna have them be a bit of a okay. Have them some clothing skills. It's gonna be important to have people who debauchery or butchery. Who knows? Maybe both. With enough of a if you play your cards right. Still, we need somebody who's going to be a good captain of our first squad. To that end, we want someone who can sneak into places and take their goods. Someone who's good at launching brilliant tactical ambushes. So, thank you for the delicious egg. So, ambushing is useful in hunting, but it's also useful in launching raids. To that end, I'm going to make them a little bit of a fighter to start off with, just enough to, a little bit of observation skills. This will mark Lore out here as our first captain. We're also going to make them a bit of a teacher and a tactician. Tactics makes all the difference when you're fighting. It gives your squad, when you're raiding, that much more of an advantage. Being able to teach others as well will help them pass on those skills so much better. Next, we've got some people with the hard craftings, with like the hard skills. We've got people who can keep the agriculture going. But this team recognizes that they will be hopelessly outnumbered. And no matter what kind of warriors they bring, it's not going to amount to anything without dwarven engineering and know-how. That is where our next dwarf comes in.
Thank you for being a good little sub.
Naya.
Hellola, Neri, thank you so much for resubbing. 31 months. That's like 1 month 30 times. Really makes you think. Thank you so much. That means a lot. That means like every bit of support means the absolute world to me. And like I appreciate you so much. I hope you're having a good night. So, in addition to being an engineer, they're also going to be a siege engineer and siege operator. They need a brilliant mind to, one who is well versed in the art of siege engineers, of walls, of weapons, ones that can be used at a distance to cut down the goblins and other demon worshipping creatures before they even get here. And last of all, we need someone who can communicate with the homeland. At the very least, we need somebody who can broker deals with the other dwarves back in Warmcloister to secure trade deals, to make sure that we are not left high and dry. A bit of a medical dwarf in the meantime, but then also someone who is good at negotiating, someone who can appraise the goods that come in. Maybe who can keep records in the meantime. And so our team has assembled. But they will need supplies to create this new fortress. We've got a fair few points to spend just yet. Now, this drink is part of the updated mods that I brought in. Cocoa liquor is, one of the expanded types of plants that I put in from like cave cocoa. Let's see, we've got some fish, some goat liver, some plump helmets. Welcome back, Archangel. So personally, I don't think it's very useful to bring all of these like splints and crutches, this wheelbarrow or this stepladder. There are a huge amount of points that we could just bring the wood and make those things ourselves. I'm gonna bring another copper pick just in case we need to mine quickly. And like a couple of extra of all the different seeds. I want to bring some leather. You never know when someone's going to get a strange mood early on that might require a roll of leather. The same thing for some silk. You never know. Now for wood, all of the wood is the same cost. So I'm going to bring some nethercap. Nethercap has a very peculiar property in that it has it has a fixed temperature, and that fixed temperature is the freezing point of water. Which means that if you really need to make something to pump magma and you don't have access to lava-safe stone, nethercap will do just as well. We don't need more than one anvil. Weapons, I'm pretty sure we can make those when we arrive. If we need them. We can make ammunition there too. Now the thing I really want, let's see. Where is stone? Does this fortress specialize in Molotovs? I'm pretty sure we cannot even get those in game. But we will be looking into the new siege weaponry that I've been promised is quite explosive. So, some garden vegetables may be useful. Passion fruits can be brewed into a type of fruit. And if we can plant those and get those growing on the surface, that would be really cool. Found one with kobolds and literally one thing of cabbage. I remember that meme. Okay, I don't know if we have any flux waiting for us, so just in case, I'm gonna bring some limestone. And if there's one thing that I've seen weight-wise, jet is a very useful stone in that it's one of the lightest forms of stone that you can bring with you. Bituminous coal, that is just pure fuel, baby. Just in case, we're going to bring ourselves a fair few chunks of it. We can make cages and the like when we get there. Now then, animals. As you can see, my mods that I have here mean that if we had enough points, we could bring cave dragons. We don't have anywhere near enough points. So we're going to keep it fairly low-key. I'm going to bring a couple of dogs with us, as is tradition. And a couple of cats to ward off vermin. Now, we don't know exactly what it's going to be like when we get there, but we did see plenty of grass. So I feel comfortable bringing some sheep with us. They can graze up on top, and they'll be good for textiles as well as food. Now, pigs are fairly low maintenance as well. You can keep those underground, and you don't have to graze them. They will just find food themselves. And then hens, hens are very low maintenance. And they provide food in the form of meat and delicious eggs. I could bring beak dogs. Ooh, okay. You know what? Yeah, we'll bring a beak dog. Can I see? I need a couple of points from somewhere. Beak dogs are really cool because their hides are like very they produce very luxurious rainbow colored pelts, and as a result they tend to be very high in value. All right, we'll bring a couple more chickens and we're good. Now then, we'll name this the siege profile. Now then, we need our group symbol. I'm gonna put in Kakromak Korozusmo, or Flinch Lizard, the Wicked Bug. She's the only one of her kind. A huge, skinless lizard twisted into humanoid form. It undulates rhythmically. Beware its poisonous sting. Flinch Lizard is associated with hunting, jealousy, fishing, and fish. And then, for creatures, we're going to put dwarves. Okay, actually, okay. Delete element, the dwarf. We do creature, we do dwarf, and then we put 0 for unnumbered. Action is Flinch Lizard is being shot. Oh, hang on. Actually, yeah. Flinch Lizard is being shot, and then the dwarves are laughing. Perfect. That is our symbol. Us shooting down Flinch Lizard
Pronouns!
as she as she fails to attack us. Hmm. Okay, no, that is... I am very pronouns. Me too. Okay, so the name of our group is Kudarborek, the Immortal Trenches. And our fortress name. Our fortress name is one that I've been workshopping for quite a bit. Keep skipping on you? Sorry to hear that. Don't worry, this will go up on YouTube later. This is what I've been working on. I think this has a good punch to it. It's a name with some weight, and the promise of being everlasting. Datan Datur Igath Anriz. IronSpire, the scraped skies. We hope that our fortress, once it is done, will brush the clouds themselves. You have arrived. After a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond, your harsh trek has finally ended. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Okosh Kib. There are almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance. With a bolt, plow, or hook, provide for your dwarves. You're expecting a caravan just before winter entombs you, but it is spring now, enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the jaguars get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place, Datan Datur Egath Anriz, IronSpire, the scraped skies. Strike the earth. Now, the first thing you should always do in any game of Dwarf Fortress is pause the game. And now we can see to all of the different requests here. So far, we've gotten Sid in the game. Next up is Tyrus. Do you have a preference for a dwarf, for a profession, a gender? While we're at it, I also need something from Archangel. And let's see who else. Ari. I know you wanted a dwarf, and Tara and Kova. That might be everyone. I think Ash also wanted one. Let's see, I know typically Ari likes to get a smith.
Hey, bitch!
So, you shall be Ari Aries of IronSpire. Jamie, how you doing, hon? Good to see you. How you doing? So, let's take a look at Sid before we go through everything else. A short, sturdy creature, fond of drink and industry. She is quite clumsy, very slow to heal, and very flimsy. Her hair is quite sparse. Her very long hair is neatly combed. Her slightly wide-set gold eyes are slightly rounded. Her ears are somewhat broad. Her hair is burnt sienna, and her skin is dark brown. She is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. She is swayed by emotional appeals, relies on the advice of others during decision-making, is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. Perhaps a bit foolhardy. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding, is quite ambitious, can sometimes act without deliberation, often feels lustful, finds obligations confining, though she's conflicted by this for more than one reason, doesn't focus on material goods, can handle stress, likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She laughs very loudly when she's surprised. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, likes working outdoors and grumbles only mildly at inclement weather. You did one as well? Okay. Let's see. Since you're responding right now, tell me, do you have a preference for, gender, or anything like that? Yes, Kitty Treat did go through. I was waiting on that. I'm doing great, Jamie. We had we went through describing the world that we're in, the lizard demon that we're up against, and our ambitions out here. A dwarf who fishes for old time's sake. Excellent. We do have one who is fishing right now. I feel like that's fate. Whoop. I'm sorry. Did you a little bump? Okay, here we go. Asmel. You will be Jamie herself of IronSpire. Let's see. Is strong but is clumsy, susceptible to disease, and very flimsy. Her hair is clean shaven, her ears are extraordinarily broad, her copper eyes are slightly protruding, her hair is chestnut, and her skin is pale brown. She has the ability to focus, but poor analytical abilities, meager creativity, and a poor kinesthetic sense. She is very trusting, very polite, and observes appropriate rules of decorum when possible, is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, tends to be passive in discussions, isn't particularly ambitious, rarely feels discouraged, is curious and eager to learn, has a greedy streak, does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments, is moved by art and natural beauty, is troubled by this and she dislikes the natural world. She enjoys the company of others, has an active sense of humor, can sometimes act without deliberation, tends to consider what others think of her, bites her nails when she's annoyed. Hell yeah, I appreciate that. Needs alcohol to... Okay, cool. She is off to fish already. There she goes, getting enrichment from the puzzle ball. Okay, female, preferably research. Okay. Our engineer here is female, 84 years old, currently telling a joke to the other dwarves about, did you hear the one about the forgotten beast and the were-kangaroos? Okay. You shall be Cyrocanu of IronSpire. Her hair is straight, her very long hair is braided, her ears are somewhat short, her head is somewhat short, Her slightly wide-set aquamarine eyes are somewhat narrow. Her dark brown skin is slightly wrinkled. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave. Her hair is copper with a touch of gray. Has great musical sense, great analytical abilities, very good focus, very good intuition, and a way with words, but an iffy memory. She pursues matters with a single-minded focus, often overlooking other matters. She finds helping others very emotionally rewarding, desires little for herself in the way of possessions, has a strong sense of duty, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, has an active sense of humor, tends to think before acting, rarely feels discouraged, tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. Whenever she is nervous, she never allows pause to occur in the conversation. She talks very loudly when she's excited. This to me is like clearly like architecture, like engineering tism dwarf. You know, someone who is able to work with a great deal of dedication, doesn't need a whole lot for herself, as long as she's able to, you know, tinker and create. Good with whatever? Glad to hear it. Cool. Kova. We currently need someone for... Here we go. This farmer. You are Kova of IronSpire. Has a very long beard, which is neatly combed. Sideburns are clean shaven. Very long mustaches, neatly combed. Medium-length hair is braided. Has a narrow chin. Slightly flattened ears are broad. Nose is slightly hooked. Rust eyes are slightly wide-set. Hair is chestnut. Skin is burnt umber. Has an iron will, great feel for social relationships, great analytical abilities, good sense of the position of their own body. Finds helping others very emotionally rewarding. This seems to me to be maybe it's just part of the culture of the Vigorous Nets, but maybe they seem like a very altruistic and intellectual group of dwarves. Is extremely confident of himself in situations requiring his skills. Lives an orderly life, organized and neat. Tends to avoid crowds. Thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Has a sense of duty. Is stubborn. Tends to consider what others think of them, and does not often feel lustful. Yeah, they feel all bound by a sense of duty, and who could blame them? They are out here for an important mission to save the Vigorous Nets. Alright, who's next? Tyrus, are you still here? Terra, are you still here? Right now we have 2 dwarves that are left. Okay, you know what? We're gonna make Terra the expedition leader. You are Terra of IronSpire. Somewhat short-haired, somewhat narrow. Her gold eyes are slightly wide-set. Nose is slightly hooked. Her brown skin is slightly wrinkled. Her hair is chocolate with a touch of gray, and her long hair is braided. Great affinity for language and ability to read emotions fairly well. Little patience, poor memory and creativity. Very bad analytical abilities, and little inclination towards music. She is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance. It would probably explain why she was okay with leaving the mountain home and forming a new place out here. She would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight. Has a greedy streak. Is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and is conflicted by this, and she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing her mind. Doesn't seek out excitement, does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she's conflicted by this, and she values artwork and its creation. Often feels discouraged, occasionally overindulges. prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, and often feels envious of others, and is assertive. God, there really is a hell of a delay right now. Alright, and then our hunter slash, captain of the guard, we're going to put as Tyrus of IronSpire. I'm worried for the expedition. Let's see here. Longbeard is braided. Sideburns are clean shaven. Very long mustache neatly combed. Very long hair is arranged in double braids. Nose bridge is concave. Somewhat short ears are broad. His hair is copper. Skin is dark tan and his eyes are emerald. Good kinesthetic sense. Quite poor focus. Lack of understanding of social relationships. Can be very happy and optimistic. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Acts with compassion. Isn't particularly ambitious. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Often feels discouraged. Thinks he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Thank you for the hug, Sid. Alright, now that we know our dwarves, we need to pick somewhere that... Ooh, a colony of honeybees. Excellent. Tara leading us to the good shit. Oh yeah, definitely. So. Our first thing to do is going to be to get us underground. And also to cut down some trees. Yeah, that delay is absolutely wild. Blame Hassan Piker, as a treat. I mean, yeah, we should, I think. Okay. Let's get a look at the wider area of the land. I think overall, our best bet is going to be to carve down some of this area of the hill to flatten it out as a good engineer would suggest, and then build the trench around it to act as a moat. But now, we're going to dig a few Z levels down until we hit rock. We're also going to get a rudimentary couple of buildings put here on the surface. Kova, thank you for redeeming an damp stone located? Oh shit. Already? I thought I had a mod on to I was pretty sure. You know what? I knew move aquifer. Haha. Sure would be a shame if something happened to it. Yeah. I'd already put in like I thought I'd put in the dry mines mod, so like honestly thought I'd already dealt with that. Hey, no worries. All right, we want a carpenter to get some beds up and running. Got a stone worker for some basic furniture. And with some of this this loam sand right here, we'll get it. Why are these not being dug? I told you to go deeper. Oh hey, we've found some stone, some gems, chrysoprases. All right, I'm gonna dig deeper. Ooh, conglomerate and limonite. You know what? Now we should check the other wildlife. We've got ravens, we've got a stingray, and we've got we've got the bane of all dwarven existence, carp. Okay, Jamie is currently fishing in a stagnant pool of water rather than in the river. How about we have her actually fish in the river where the, you know, fish are? Just want to bring your attention to how many cool plants around here. We've got grapes, we've got turnips, spinach, oats, whip vines. Hey, the dwarven stuff continues then, Tibbs. Hope you're doing well. We got prickleberries, hide roots, muck roots, kobold bulbs. Like, yeah, we are just absolutely spoiled for choice here when it comes to vegetation. We will not have to worry at all about a lack of drinks, about going hungry. Yeah, we're gonna cut all of this down. Start working on engineering it all out. As the expedition leader, did anyone remember to bring food? We did bring some food. We currently have in the wagon plenty of meat and fish and plants. We even have some passion fruits. That reminds me. Okay. How about we, you know, there we go. Did you rock that stone and destroy aliens for fun and profit? So, for those who don't know, limonite is a great source of iron. I'm trying something a little bit different with my room designs this time. The idea of dwarves getting scurvy is both tragic and hilarious. Kind of. But yeah, okay, I know that a farm plot is around here somewhere. been so long. Workshops, farming, farm plot. Here we go. Let's see if we can place a farm plot above ground here. Alright. The farmer should come along and get that furrowed pretty quick. Meanwhile, we also need some farm further down. This is going to be for all of the mushrooms that we brought with us. Then down here, we're going to place a stockpile. That's going to be for food. It really does, doesn't it? You know what the song? You know what they're singing? Kogan Usan is boat murdered. It is the dwarves singing of the first ever, you know, like really popular meme fortress. If you look up the tale of boat murdered, the tales go way back into the forgotten corners of the internet. Like, almost, you know, anybody who's heard of Dwarf Fortress but has never played it has probably heard of boat murdered. I'm gonna build some hatch covers here. We've got to get the rudimentary like stairs security in place. We're also going to make a table and chair. That's going to be our first office. Right, it's like it's honestly like one of my favorite like it's probably one of the first things that got me into Dwarf Fortress was the Fortress of Boat Murdered. Oh, that's bituminous coal. Okay, so on the one hand, kind of sucks that we brought so much bituminous coal here ourselves. On the other, it means we've got a lot of fuel for a burgeoning industry. Found a Let's Play of it. Yes, it's way back in the archives. And Blind IRL
Hello?
recently
It's a
did
raid.
a retelling of Boat Murdered. Essie, thank you so much for the raid. For those who don't know me, my name is Lola, the world's only Molotov cocktail VTuber. I checked. And today, we are opening up a new fortress in Dwarf Fortress. How you doing? What were you streaming tonight? Okay, I want this done as a top priority. Big yapping stream. We love a good yap every now and then. And, you know, there's plenty of good things to yap about. Like, right now, things feel hopeful. I'm very much, like, I've got a great energy that I did not have before this week. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. I hope you are too. Alright. So this is going to be an office. We only need a teeny tiny office. And that is for the first position of nobility within our fortress that isn't the expedition leader. That is our bookkeeper. Tara is the only one with any record-keeping skills, so we're also going to put her in charge of keeping the records. She's going to come on over to this this rudimentary desk. She's going to count out everything that exists in the fortress, and that is going to that's going to be how she becomes an organizer. We're also going to make another office here, because we want a manager. Someone who can put in work orders and say, hey, we need this many of this thing. Okay, we've got carnelians as well. Okay, iron, coal, carnelians. We've got a great start here, I think. Right, we're gonna have a tavern down here. It's gonna take a fair bit to get everybody involved. But now that we've got a record keeper, we can check our stocks and we can see exactly how much we've got of everything. Job would be good for you IRL? Hell yeah. So, right now, we only have 2 people who have a pickaxe. Jamie is currently not fishing right now. So we're going to also assign her to mining. So she'll pick up our remaining pickaxe and get chipping away. Okay, our above ground farm plot is done. Can we brew the passion seed? Oh, right. I'm stupid. We just brought passion fruits. We did not bring passion fruit seeds. Now that's a problem that's easily solved. Rayna's very good at organizing information, organizing material things, not so much. Fair enough. Well, hey, I am glad to present you as our fortress's organizer then. Okay, we've got another table and chair. We're gonna make beds now. While we're at it, I'm gonna forbid anyone from making anything out of the nether cap, because right now it would just be made into like subpar furniture, and I don't want that. All right, the hatches are gonna be put in place. Now we start putting in planting orders for all the different seeds we brought. Yeah, get planting. Get all that stuff done. Yeah, this is very much like a mad rush at the beginning to get a lot of things done. Sid of IronSpire, stop digging. Inappropriate dig square. Okay. Ooh, we've got hematite as well. And praises. Like praise clusters. We're gonna have to dig through a lot of this and replace it, I think. Okay. With the second table and chair, we can put down. Oh, I guess the chair isn't done yet. After when I was the expedition leader, I'd get everyone on that expedition killed. Well, hey, I believe in you. Okay, all of this is getting dug out. That's good. It looks rough now, but we'll make it better later, you know? Perfect is the enemy of good. Okay, so this area is going to be a meeting area. It's weird opening up Deep Rock Galactic, so I popped into a commerce team, they just invited. Hell yeah. I guess they know you by reputation. Alright, this inn is called the Fruits of Oiling. But if you want to name it something that isn't weird, then feel free to do put me in the game coach and like suggest what you would want the thing to be called. That stockpile is going to be for food, and then we're just going to have right now, we're going to have a general purpose stockpile for let's see, we're gonna have it be finished goods, just to get some of the goods down here. Real British noble adventure energy. So yeah, right now, the tavern is basically just gonna be a place where everyone can hang out. Actually, hang on. I'm gonna resize it. And then the bottom half of it is gonna be a dining room. That way they can converse in the top half and eat in the bottom half. Yes, Archangel, we currently don't have any extra dwarves to put in. Like, all of our dwarves are currently named. Kova is currently making beds. Sid is sleeping on the ground. She's annoyed by that. Ari is currently planting seeds. Looks like Tyrus is currently has just finished up some work. Is annoyed at the lack of chairs. Okay. Got a chair and a table being put in. Tara is updating our stockpile records. Tyrus is now planting seeds. Sid is helping. Ari is helping. We've got people sleeping in the dirt. It's not a good look. So now, yeah, let's get some beds in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We get immigrants. It is on. Absolutely. So you can see right now, all of the animals come down here to the bottom of the to the tavern to hang out. I'm gonna do something that is gonna probably look a little weird. I'm gonna get someone to dig all the way down there, and I'll explain my reasoning in a minute. Actually, yeah, while we're waiting for it, this area is going to be where we cook and also where we butcher livestock, and that gets a bit stinky sometimes. So if we have a hole that goes all the way up here, we put a grate in place that allows the miasma to get sucked out into the open air here, and that way it's not contained within the fortress. The last thing we need is to have stinky air directly where our dwarves eat and socialize. All right, dwarves, we are giving you bedrooms. Right now, they are not exactly the best, but they are functional, and they are yours. You can claim them as and when you need. Yeah, no problem, Archangel. Okay, we are bringing the drinks down and the fish. We brought some cave fish with us, you know, a little taste of home. All right, Sid is currently helping dig out more of what will be the kitchen. Right now, this is all...
Trans rights, fuck turfs.
Absolutely. Right now, this is all very bare bones. But that's kind of how it starts off. Rhubarb inflorescences. God, I love this game. I love that it has so many, like, accurate names for, like, plant seeds and everything. Like, when you see, like, certain trees, they'll have seeds that are called samaras. Okay. Now we need to make someone a manager. Let's see, Sid actually has organizational skills. So we're going to make her the manager of the fortress. It's going to be her job to make sure that when work orders get put in place, that she actually makes sure that people get them done. So now that we have...
Respect trans rights or expect trans fights.
Absolutely. So now that we've got enough, now that we've got a manager, let's get assembling some things. I'm gonna put in some orders for wooden tables and some wooden chairs to be put in the tavern. Also gonna make some rock doors, some rock cabinets, and some rock coffers. The cabinets and coffers are going to be the place where dwarves will put their clothes and their belongings. That's kind of the really essential stuff right now. And then in addition to these bedrooms, we're going to put another meeting area. Just somewhere that dwarves can congregate when they aren't working. And this is going to be a guild hall. And this particular guild hall is going to be, let's see. I'm going to make it a weaponsmith's hall. Now the reason for this is that dwarves will be able to sit around and make weaponsmithing demonstrations in their spare time, and other dwarves will be able to just come on over and learn how to be a weaponsmith without having to do any actual smithing. This benefits us for a number of reasons. One, it's good to train up apprentices to work in our stead, so that when we need more people to do smithing, they have people around who are ready to jump to it without screwing up our precious reserves of iron and steel. And two, it also serves the very important role of teaching children, because dwarven children can have strange moods. And when a dwarven child has a strange mood, they usually make something that's terrible, like a useless amulet or a ring or something. But if a child has even the slightest bit of an idea about how to make a weapon, then they can make an artifact weapon. The trusty vizier. Yes, exactly. Alright. I'm also going to make a rock grate to pop over this hole that we've left here. Alright, one of the first things that we are going to need here is... we're going to need to make a rudimentary pen to keep our grazers in. So, we'll assemble a basic wooden wall with access to the grass here. We'll pop our sheep in there, and then we'll, that will basically just be like a pen to keep the livestock in. Because right now with the meeting areas, animals will simply go to hang out in the tavern. If they hang out in the tavern, then they will just starve to death because there's no grass in the tavern. Alright, so we put a pasture in here. We get the ewes and the rams and the water buffalo in there. And because the pigs don't require grazing, we can put them in here and make a different pasture for them. And then a sub-pasture here for the chickens. Okay. We've got all of our different crops that are slowly coming in. Looks like Tara is currently recounting a story to everyone who is listening. Cyrockanu, for instance, is listening to the story. Let's see what this story might be. Oh, there's a way to tell. What's IronSpire's image/mascot? Our image is of the skinless lizard demon that has haunted our civilization, being filled with arrows, while a bunch of dwarves laugh at her. It is some massive shade that we are throwing at her. See, she feels satisfied at work, fondness remembering talking with a friend. Okay, yeah, I know there was a way to, like, read this, I thought. Ah, here we go. Ah, it looks like Tara is currently telling a story about how, in the early spring of 600, the immortal trenches of the Vigorous Nets founded IronSpire, the scraped skies. Yes, that's the thing that we did a couple of months ago. She's literally, you know, I feel like if we take it literally, she's just like telling the tale of the thing that we very recently did. I feel like also in a way she's reminding everybody that this is a new chapter in our civilization's history. Reminding us of why we're here. Have a good night, Tims. Thanks for being here. Found place but don't know how to ask for thing. I'm not really that good at adventure mode, so I really could not tell you. My apologies. Okay, I'm gonna make a wooden nest box. I'm gonna put in for like 5 of them. Because the chickens are gonna require nest boxes in order to lay some of their delicious eggs. Alright. We've got enough drinks to keep us going for a little bit. Alright, we're going to make a few tables and chairs over here in the dining hall for people to come and eat food at. And then they'll hang out in the tavern section to drink and to like recount tales. I'm going to put a chest in the tavern here. And at some point, we're going to need to craft some mugs. Because dwarves just feel a whole lot fancier when they're drinking booze from a goblet, cup, or mug. Yeah, I unfortunately never really got into adventure mode myself. Okay. Looks like the animals here are doing okay. We just we put them in there. They'll be all right so far. You can put a farmer's workshop in here because that will be necessary for shearing them. We can get wool and things from there. But that's like long-term thinking right now. I see all of our pigs and our beak dogs are hanging out here. It's like I do like what they're doing with adventure mode. For instance, there are now like items that provide healing, which is like crazy to me that there's like supernatural healing in this game that's just kind of available. Looks like Ari is currently making some more furniture. Says, some people are so wrapped up in themselves, interested having an intellectual discussion with a friend. She is a worshipper of Akil. Akil, I think, is the... Akil is a god that is... yeah. The dwarven god of mountains. She is a very quiet god. Yeah, she has literally never done anything in this world at all. She has never inspired anyone to write a single book. She has never cursed anyone with lycanthropy or vampirism. So she's very much a like hands-off deity. She was like, okay, I've made the mountains. I'm done. You know, you'll kind of figure things out on your own, I guess. All right, this pasture, we're gonna put the hens in, and we're also gonna put the beak dogs in there for now. And then this one, we're gonna put the pigs in. Sounds like she doesn't need constant validation, right? Yeah, she's just kind of, you know, worship me if you want. I don't particularly care. I made this. It is up to you whether you live in this. Ooh. Looks like rush flowers growing all over the place. Early summer. Oh, looks like we are up on an ad break. So everybody get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink, do whatever it is that you need to do, and we will be right back. All right, everybody, we're back. Here we go. So, we've got the crops coming in pretty good. We have some drinks here. Oh. It looks like looks like Terra has been adopted by one of our cats. Because of this, the cat has also been given a name. Coolette Close Boulders. Thank you. Let's see. Looks like, once again, Jamie going to, like, fish in a body of still water that has literally no,
Hell yeah, trans rights.
It has literally no fish in it. Don't you love that? Okay, we're going to suspend fishing in that area because there's literally nothing to catch. Hi there, Metha. How you doing? Genuinely made you feel special. Oh, I'm glad. This is why I think so many people gravitate towards Dwarf Fortress, is because it really does kind of make you feel that way. Then again, I feel like I do a pretty good job at that as well, because so much of Dwarf Fortress is it's a very dispassionate system by itself. Dwarf Fortress does not care if you live or die. It doesn't care if you win or if you lose. It just is. And that's kind of refreshing in and of itself, though. Alright, I'm gonna start making rock pots, rock mugs, and some rock jugs just in case. Yeah, how you doing tonight, Metha? Without any empty barrels, we cannot brew drinks. And our dwarves need alcohol to get through the working day. We found limonite, praise, hematite, bituminous coal, microcline, carnelian, pudding stone, and lignite. We've got a wide variety of stone here. Alright. Requires drinking to operate dwarven machinery. Exactly. We've got some serious engineering to do before this place can truly be considered a fortress. Ooh, we've got prickleberries growing. Make those into booze. All right, we have some. We've got some dwarf. We've got some like tables and chairs. Got a nice open area for drinking and dancing. We need more doors, apparently. This is a thing with early game. So much of it is given over to multiple dwarves all doing like multiple labors all at once. Wait, we don't have fruit? What happened to the passion fruits that I brought? Can those not be brewed? Do we not have something available? Or are they counted as plants? I'm not sure. Well, either way, we'll brew up some extra drinks because it's important to make sure that we have a plentiful supply. To that end, we're going to make sure in the cooking orders we're going to make sure that booze is not used in cooking, because right now we cannot afford to cook booze into our meals. Looks like Kova is blissful after sleeping in a good bedroom. Jamie considers her bedroom to be good as well. Feels uneasy about being unable to pray lately. But otherwise, most of us are pretty good. Alright, now that we've got some... now that we've got some basic amenities set down, you know, we've got the social stuff upstairs, dwarven quarters, it's time to set aside an area for craftsdwarfship and building. This is where things like our craftsdwarf workshops, our smiths, all of that stuff will be moved down here. Because once autumn comes, we are going to desperately need something to trade with the mountain home. If we don't have anything, then we will be very short on supplies. Okay. We know that Ari dreams of being able to make good armor and weaponry. You know, I feel like Sid would be great at learning some new crafts. You know, I bet, you know, Jamie is currently itching to make some cool clothing. Ooh, what's this? Tetrahedrite. That's cool. For those unaware, tetrahedrite is a combination ore of copper and silver. That changes a lot. Got some tourmalines down here too. And yeah, now that clothing is like, now that the system for like dyeing clothing is so much better, we've got you know, we can mix colors, we can dye leather, we can crush different plants that are from like trees, all sorts of stuff. All right, I'm gonna put in a couple of stone workers down here, as well as a couple of carpenters here. We're being really ambitious right now in like making this many workshops because we're hoping that there will be more dwarves here to fill them later. All right, I want a couple of querns. Querns are basically, you know, like grindstones, but they are operated by hand. So, you know, not the best, but the kind of thing that we'll have to, you know, we'll have to use until we can trust ourselves with like windmills. There's a lot of coal down here as well. Okay, I'm gonna put down a couple of wood furnaces over here. Then a couple of smelters. And right now we can only make one forge. We'll have to bring the anvil from up above. Right now we need 1 unit of charcoal, and with that unit of charcoal we can then start churning out all of the bituminous coal into coke. Tara is currently reciting some poetry. Tell me more. She is telling a poem called The Lacy Wines. It's the Lacy Wines and Silt as an example of the Cerulean Queen. The work has no particular subject. The writing has a very serious tone. Overall, the poetry is great. It is one of the Vigorous Nets type of poetry. The rules of the form are applied by poets to produce individual poems which can be recited. Okay. Yeah, she is just, Sid is listening to the poetry. Tara is reciting it. Tara says, I played with my pet. I'm very fond. Sid says, I'm happy to help. Oh, well. We've got a migrant wave. A small migrant wave, but significant. In that, you know, it means we now have 3 more dwarves to help out. Let's see, we have Obok the Carpenter, who's watching a weaponsmithing demonstration. I learned about weaponsmithing. It's very interesting. Let's see, that also from the Vigorous Nets. Mincart the Bone Carver, also from the Vigorous Nets. Looks like Zephon is also a weaponsmith. And let's see, they're an adequate weaponsmith, and since they just got here, they're also just kind of teaching. This guild is basically just an open space for people to discuss things right now, but they're all learning about how to smith weapons. Archangel, are you still here? If anybody else wants a dwarf named after them, there's the usual put me in the game coach redeem. Right now we have a weaponsmith, a bone carver, and a carpenter up for grabs. Because of that, let's get a couple more rooms carved out. Welcome to IronSpire. Oh, looks like someone brought a pet chick with them. You know what? I'm gonna get that and this pult into here. All right. At the very least, we've got our non-grazing animals safe. Yeah, exactly, Onyx. That is, in fact, my that's my thing. How you doing, though? Praxis, Hellola, how you doing, hon? It's good to see you. Got so much coal here that we can start using. Shout out to Lolotov Cocktease. Was there actually was there a name like that? Like, was there actually like somebody like with that name? Because that would be hilarious. The friend I raided into the other night. Oh yeah, yes, that was true. Somebody was just like accidentally said cocktease instead of let's see, needs refined coal. I guess we need coal to make coal. There we go. Okay, we got some lignite here. Good map. No, yeah, you got it right. Thank you very much. So, we're building a nice long corridor here because the dwarves of the Vigorous Nets have been charged by their queen with creating a bulwark between them and the mountain home. And if that's going to be done, we're going to need walls, but more than that, we're going to need machines. And we know that Cyrocanu, our engineer, has a powerful need to invent and to create. You know, I did see her like the other day, and that would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? I'm gonna start working on some tetrahedrite and some limonite ore. So yeah, once again, we've got a few dwarves up for grabs. Yes, I am aware of where Molotov cocktails came from. Good team venture. Ooh, platinum. That's interesting. Alright, this crafts dwarf workshop, we're gonna start churning out some rock crafts. Just so that we have something to trade with the mountain home when they arrive this year. Yes, my model is technically made out of glass. My hair is the rag that you stuff in the top of the bottle. I am very much committed to the bit. So, in a nice corridor that has been securely set apart from the rest of the fortress, so that Cyrocanu can pursue their engineering pursuits safely. Set behind a good pair of stone doors, we start preparing. Because this engineer has a powerful need to learn how to build and how to create and build siege weapons. 10 out of 10, thank you. Alright. We're gonna have ourselves a stockpile here. Have that be for bars and blocks. Except not for blocks. Excuse me. I'm gonna get clipped by VTuber sneezes, which is a real thing. Okay, we are gonna put in a mechanic workshop. And we're gonna put in a siege workshop.
Welcome to the cocktail lounge. Please enjoy your stay.
Well, thank you very much for the follow. Follows are anonymous, but always appreciated. Feel free to hang out and chat if you want, but never feel obligated. Okay, we're getting the basics locked down.
Trans rights.
Hell yeah. Okay, all our rooms have doors. Now we need beds. Then we can start getting some other stuff. Frau Blucher. So, I remember, I'm sure some of you remember being told a while ago, you know, if you ever watched Young Frankenstein, the reason that you hear like a horse whinnying in the background whenever Frau Blucher's name is mentioned is because the word Blucher was German for glue, but that was told to you as that was a lie told by, you know, people who, you know, didn't investigate whether or not that was actually true. The reason that they played a horse sound instead is because typically when you hear like the evil like count or countess's name in those kinds of movies, traditionally you heard like a lightning strike in the distance or something, and the director of Young Frankenstein just wanted something different. Just search for Dwarf Fortress on Pinterest because you were curious. Found an illustration of a dwarven baby swaddled in its own beard. It's so good, isn't it? Deem that to represent your 2 transgender girlfriends. Fuck yeah, you're gonna fit in just fine here. Okay. We're going to start making some mechanisms. We're going to make a few things. Because right now, Cyrockanu has been tasked, as I said, by our queen to try out some different things, to rely less in goblin cunning and in dwarven might. Sure, those things are all very well and good and very useful, but dwarves are also creatures of ingenuity. Tolkien depicted women dwarves with facial hair as well.
Respect trans
hell
rights or expect trans fights.
I did have a mod saying let dwarven women have beards, but it doesn't seem to be active for this one. Okay, we have a visitor, a bard, from the Grizzly Daggers, which is a different dwarven civilization. Yeah, absolutely. Give me a dwarven beard that you can lose a badger in. You know? Looks like Jamie is helping to make the ballista parts. We're also going to need something to store all of this in, so I'm going to have some bins assembled. You can never have too many bins. And what kind of materials do we have ready? We have coke, we have iron, and we have copper. We're going to have a couple of copper chains created. And the reason why will be made clear pretty soon. But for now, it is early autumn. That means we should get ready to build a trade depot, because with fingers crossed, the Mountain Home will be sending a trade caravan to see how we're doing in situating ourselves as a buffer state between the forces of Flinch Lizard and between the Mountain Home. Hey there, Solar Sniper. How you doing? While the game is saving, by the way, I just want to remind everybody that if you want to have a dwarf named after you, then you can use the Put Me in the Game Coach redeem, and we'll make that happen. Doing pretty good. I'm also doing pretty good. It has been it's been a hell of a set of it's been a hell of a week. It's been a good week though. All right, Mitha. We have available a bone carver. Thank you for the head pads. We have a weaponsmith, and we have a carpenter, a bone carver, and a weaponsmith. They're all male though, so just kind of heads up. I can wait until we have some ladies. Wait for a female dwarf. I figured that would probably be the case. Not a problem whatsoever. Alright. I'm gonna get another quarter set up here. A modest clothier's sector. Something that we can bring clothing and leather into to make magic happen. Okay, a new bard, Ethel Saban, from the Grizzly Daggers. You know, it's nice to have visitors from the outside. Okay, Solar Sniper, do you have a preference? Like I said, we've got a male bone carver, a male carpenter, a male bone carver, and a male weaponsmith. I know they're just they're trying their best, but the boning will only do so much. All right, we'll start carving out a new area here. We'll do another social area here and put a bunch of bedrooms around it. I like the idea of having like a social gathering area that everybody can come to outside of their bedrooms. You know, make it a real walkable space, you know? All right. Zephon Thakletmos, you are now, if I can type, Solar Sniper of IronSpire. His long beard is neatly combed, sideburns are clean shaven, his very long mustache is neatly combed, his hair is clean shaven, his hair is chocolate, his skin is pale brown, and his eyes are brass. Has a very good creativity, intellect, and some of patience, has a questionable spatial sense, little natural inclination towards music, and all of our dwarves seem to be tone deaf. Very bad sense of empathy and a lack of understanding at social relationships. He lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace, is an optimist, tends to be passive in discussions, doesn't focus on material goods, tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, is not particularly interested in what others think of him, is often nervous, tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, doesn't try to get things done perfectly, is curious and eager to learn, tends to share his experiences and thoughts with others, needs alcohol to get through the working day, begins to talk much more slowly when he is exasperated, personally values nature and is put off by family, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Likes marble, zinc, praise opal, chestnut wood, the color sea foam, battle axes, shields, animal traps, giant cheetahs for their speed, bitter melon vines for their taste, and the sight of the fortuitous silk. When possible, he prefers to consume halibut, clown loach, blueberry wine, and giant one-humped camel's milk, and absolutely detests blood gnats. That reminds me. Oh, hey, we've got buzzards here. What is Sid like? Personally dislikes cooperation and doesn't care about nature, dreams of raising a family. She likes native aluminum, black zircon, rat bone, the color seafoam, blow boots, goblets, bogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics, and the sight of the cerulean acquiescence. When possible, she prefers to consume guava wine and absolutely detests cave spiders. Seafoam is a good color. Do you want a dwarf here, Starfire? We've got some available. We've got a carpenter and a bone carver, both of whom are males. No matter how much I try to dissuade Jamie from fishing in the stagnant pond, she will not be deterred. Let's see. Jamie personally prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, thinks friendship is important, and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and dreams of crafting a masterwork. Which one, Starfire? The bone carver or the carpenter? Jamie likes olivine, black bronze, sard, crystal glass, Ramie fabric, the color azure, greaves, slabs, jabberers for their frightening beaks, lorikeets for their playful personalities, the words of the watchful savants and the sound of the fabulous silk. When possible, she prefers to consume soul, yellow bullhead, blood amaranth beer, and giant kangaroo's milk. Absolutely detests mussels. Interesting. Alright, carpenter, let's go. Oh. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Vigorous Nets is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. Okay, Starfire of IronSpire. You are tough and agile, with a long, neatly combed beard, very long braided sideburns, a medium-length mustache neatly combed, double-braided very long hair, a broad nose, average in size, with broad ears that are somewhat short, a somewhat narrow head that's somewhat short, nose bridge is somewhat concave, hair is buff, skin is peach, eyes are amethyst, and slightly rounded. Has a great ability to focus, but meager ability with social relationships, creativity, little difficulty with words, and a poor kinesthetic sense. Is only concerned with practical matters to the situation at hand, with absolutely no inclination towards abstract discussion. Is often inflamed by hatred, and easily develops hatred towards things. Has a low sense of self-esteem, avoids exciting or stressful situations, is conflicted by this since he feels intellectually that life should be more tumultuous. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter of hand, could be considered rude, feels discouraged, is quite ambitious, tends to share his own experiences and thoughts, does not go out of the way to help others, occasionally overindulges, finds obligations confining but is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and often acts with compassion. He laughs in a unique way when he's nervous. When he's bored, he constantly rolls his eyes. Let's see. He prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days and doesn't care if others take time to master a skill, but dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes claystone, steel, almandine, mahogany wood, fire imp leather, bucklers, traction benches, splints, pigs for their sense of smell, giant king cobras for their charming hood, the words of the cerulean queen and the sight of the cerulean quiescence. When possible, prefers to consume sandpear cider and quinoa flour, and absolutely detests purring maggots. Alright, make the trade depot a top priority. We need that built. We need that built yesterday. Love them already? Hell yeah. We don't have a broker. Time to pick someone. Okay. You know what? Let's make Solar Sniper our trade broker. We've got the skills for it. It's time to start moving. Items to the trade depot. Right now, all we have is some fairly rudimentary jewelry. We're getting there, though. It is. It's, you know, kind of getting there. We've got some eggs. Ooh. These beak dog eggs are fertile, so we're going to forbid the other dwarves from picking them up. Just like these chicken eggs. We're going to make sure that nobody can take these eggs away from the nest boxes, because these will hopefully all hatch. We'll get an excellent return on those animals. Okay, let's get all of these crafts up to the trade depot. It won't be fantastic. You know, it's they are just a taste of what's to come if the mountain home just invests in our excellence. Now the dwarves will drop pretty much everything to start bringing all these items up to the trade depot, because the merchants will be eager to trade. A couple of delicious egg. Thank you. Okay, Einod Imsalid greets Terra, the expedition leader. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Let's make requests for next year's caravan. They'll charge more for these items. Right now, since we don't really know what's deep down in the in the current place where we are, I'm not too sure what to request. You know what? Let's request a couple of musical instruments. We're gonna need those to make these next few years somewhat more bearable. You know what? We could use some of these things like potash, pearl ash, lye. Those are kind of, I don't like making them. They're a pain in the ass. Get some paper. You know, we need paper for, you know, something to write down the designs for the stuff that is to come. As for stone, let's request some chalk. We don't know if this place has fluxstone. Let's see. The mountain hounds have some need of the same goods you have requested. Sadly, so there is no export agreement to be had. We'll still try to fill your needs as best we can. Alright. Alright, Solar Sniper is heading to the depot. Only got 60% of the expedition killed because I forgot we need water. We don't need water, we have booze. Like, literally. Like, dwarves have no need for water as long as they have alcohol. How does that work? It works just fine. Thank you for asking. Okay. Even, yeah, dwarven babies are just like slurping alcohol, you know. Like to imagine that, you know, instead of like the titty, you know, a dwarf mother just has like a couple of like miniature barrels just kind of shoved up there. Greetings from the mountain homes. Your efforts are legendary. Let's trade.
Hey, bitch!
Hi, Callista. How you doing today? Fire clay? Interesting. Oh, hey. They have a couple of instruments here. I did say we wanted some. Okay, got some cages. A giant bat in one of them. Little airplane bottles. Dwarven milk. There we go. And a couple of barrels. Now you may be wondering, did they really milk a dwarf and bring it all the way here? Ha! No, silly. Dwarven milk doesn't come from dwarves. It comes from purring maggots. Yes, you heard that right. Let's see. Got a couple of bags to put things in. Some sand could be made into glass. We've got some seeds here. We've got some cloth that's dyed interesting colors. Hi, extra long swords. Yes, we are back. Dwarf Fortress is back. Fortress Friday is a thing once again. All right, let's see. Oh, we cannot afford all this. I am aiming way too high. So, yeah, just like oh my god, yeah, Bailey's. Just yeah, pop open the cap of the titty barrel and just like squeeze Bailey's into there. Yeah, I don't think we can afford to get the giant bat this time. Just remembered when you do Fortress Thursday. God, it was such a good time. Milk stout. Yes, absolutely. All right, we'll grab a couple of bits of cloth as well, just in case. We can't afford too much, but at the very least, we should leave them wanting to trade with us some more. Ooh, some cave lobster. Fancy. All right. Will they do the trade? You'll need more goods to make this arrangement. All I see here is not enough. Okay, fine. We'll put some stuff back until they are convinced that they've made a good deal. We can make some of our own textiles. That's fine. So yeah, we can get one bit of cloth. Wonderful. Thank you for your business. Bailey's shoe with old Greg. All right, our trading is done. All right, we're gonna destroy these workshops up top because we really don't need them. Ooh, dog gave birth to puppies. Excellent. It looks like one of our visiting bards is currently singing, and the other bard is listening. Okay, we're gonna make a few rock pots because a visiting bard has killer hair, right? Like, look at that shit. That is glorious. Ari's grabbing a quick drink. Is off to do more smelting. Alright, so Rockanu has currently made some mechanisms. And it looks like Sid is helping to make some ballista parts. I'm gonna dig out a little bit here to make some room for more stockpiles. Stockpile for wood. After all, we're going to need plenty of wood to make siege weapon parts. Hi, Jaunty. We are, in fact, Diggy Diggy Hole. Welcome to the fortress of IronSpire, the Scraped Skies. How's your day going? Let's see, it looks like... This bedroom is currently unassigned, and Kova... Oh, wait. Is there anyone who does not... Tyrus doesn't have one for some reason. Thank you for saying Hellola extra long socks. How you doing? The bards are mostly just socializing with each other because everyone else is busy. We got a bit busy, but things turned out all right. I'm glad to hear it. I'm doing well. I'm hyped. We have the new fortress. We have the siege update. Everything's good, you know. We currently only have 10 dwarves, and so the chores are very much spread out. But we're doing okay. Yeah, if anybody has not had a, if anybody does not yet have a dwarf, oh, a new migrant wave, just now. Excellent. Well, I was complaining that we did not have enough hands to get the work done. So yeah, if you want a dwarf named after you, you are welcome to use the Put Me in the Game Coach redeem so that you can get a dwarf named after you. Alright, Jaunty, let's take a look and see who's available. We've got a woodcutter here, another weaponsmith. We have a gem cutter, a bone carver, a clothier, a weaver, a fish dissector, a cook, a thresher. Looks like that's everyone who's available right now. There's one with woodworking skills. I'm your bun. Excellent. Well, we have Kel here. He is 86 years old. Are you okay with that? Dwarves live to a maximum of about 170 years. Alrighty. So, you shall be Jaunty of IronSpire. IronSpire is the name of the fortress. Okay, slow to tire, but very slow to heal and quite clumsy. They have a long beard that is a very long beard that's braided, clean-shaven sideburns, a very long mustache that's neatly combed, very long hair that's neatly combed, slightly wide-set bronze eyes that are very round, brown skin is wrinkled, hair is dark brown with flecks of gray. Let's see. They have an amazing spatial sense, an ability to read emotions fairly well, and a good kinesthetic sense, but a shortage of patience. They're dour as a rule, swayed by emotional appeals, doesn't often feel envious of others, can handle stress, often acts with compassion. It seems like our kingdom is full of fairly compassionate dwarves, can generally find themselves quite hopeful about the future, finds obligations confining, prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, tends to avoid physical confrontations, and works to square this with their natural tendency to respect people with martial prowess, is slow to anger, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Hold their breath when they're nervous, and stare intently when they're thinking. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, likes working outdoors, and grumbles on the mildly and inclement weather. Personally has a negative view of those that exercise power over others, finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time, and doesn't really value merrymaking, and doesn't care about fairness, but dreams of crafting a great work of art. They like borax, bronze, ruby, gray parrot teeth, the color fern green, maces, tunics, earrings, and cows for their haunting moos. When possible, they prefer to consume cassava beer and ginkgo seeds, and absolutely detest cave spiders. Welcome to the fortress, Jody. I know, I love the fact that it's haunting moos. Fern green is a great color, right? Like, everybody, like, when we pick dwarves in Dwarf Fortress, everybody, like, sits down to, like, hear the prognostication like it's a tarot card reading, and often the readings are quite on point. Hey there, Kate, how you doing? Well, since we have more migrants, that means we've got to get new rooms ready. I'm doing very well, Kate. How about yourself? Yeah, this has been a great week for good people winning, and very evil people being made angry by those good people winning. Okay, the merchants are on their way. Hopefully, they will bring back news of how gosh darn awesome our fortress is. so good. I am so happy about Mom Donnie winning, and just how absolutely piss baby mad the right is about it. The original soundtracks of Dwarf Fortress and Graveyard Keeper are so cozy. Oh my god, aren't they? Like, like Graveyard Keeper was my anxiety game. I say this as not as a game that causes anxiety, but as a game that the only game that I could play when I had anxiety. It was so soothing. Like, the music was soothing and relaxing, the gameplay loop was reassuring, and and just like knowing that it was all going to loop back around and there was no pressure to get anything done was just really nice in a time where my heart was threatening to explode out of my chest otherwise. Giuliani's post was so funny. I have not seen it. But I have seen so many of them recognizing that they're getting their asses kicked and that maybe they should be, you know, less evil. Didn't you say you've... Yes, right. Yeah, he was just like, oh, you forgot 9/11. I can't believe you would forget 9/11. Like, I would forget that my wife is my cousin. Ooh, let's grow some grapevines. Okay, right now we've got carrot wine, dwarven rum, beer, cave cocoa, witch wife. You know, good question. Thanks for dropping in, X-Lord. Yeah, Giuliani is an absolute ghoul, for sure. As a wife? I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure he does. Like, in my head, like, I just imagine it being like Rudy Giuliani, but with a wig, you know. Like, maybe he doesn't actually have a wife and he's just pretending that he does for, you know, tax fraud purposes or some shit. But, you know, like, his actual wife is, like, or at least one of his wife was, like, his cousin, from what I remember. It is cool how that happens. Oh. Okay. This area is going to be a temple. Let's find out the religion of our people in the area. The majority of the people here who worship something. We've got You know what? Since this is a common area, let's just have it to no specific deity. That way anybody can come here and get a bit of a glimpse of the divine, even if they aren't necessarily performing the exact rituals. We can build more specific temples as time goes on. Her name is Ruth D. Giuliani. Ah, that's good. Okay, we've got a rhubarb roast. Hen egg, plump helmet, and rhubarb. Delightful. She forgot 9/11. That's the problem there. need an empty barrel. Okay, okay. Thank you, Kate. You know, in a way, we are all Armok. You know, when they talk about how Dwarf Fortress is called Slaves to Armok, chapter 2 Dwarf Fortress, you know, the full name. We are all the god Armok, the god of destruction, because we have the ability to create and destroy entire worlds with barely a thought. All right, so this area is going to be for ores. There's some ores in this house. And then this one is going to be for economic stone. Thank you for the nunchucks. Like, yeah. Like, you can, like, they'll tell you that, oh, you know, the you forgot 9/11 thing, like, oh, that wasn't racist. How dare you say that was, like, what was it then? You're literally just, you're telling people that, you know, that because they voted a Muslim man in, that destruction is going to happen. Struggling to see what else that could be. All right, so under the royal orders, Cyrocanu is the one who is taking command here when it comes to the direction of these weapons. It has been a long time since the people of the Vigorous Nets have even used siege weapons. And so we have prepared a testing chamber where we can try out the traditional ballista and catapult and see just what exactly they're capable of. Inga says, I ate in a dining room. This could be bliss. Ooh, Kate, yes. Let's take a look here. We're looking for lady dwarves. We've got a thrasher here. We have a fish dissector. We have a weaver and a clothier and also a furnace operator. There's one in Uganda, so waiting for the right to start insisting he's gay. Why gay? Oh, I'm so sorry, Tyrus. I'm sorry. I'm glad you're feeling a little better. We were actually talking about anxiety here before. And yes, you have a dwarf here. They are a stone crafter here. They're getting pretty good at crafting stone and a little bit of masonry. Yeah. How you doing, Neri? Furnace, that means fire, as in hellfire, as in your home. Very well. You shall be Kate of IronSpire. Okay, slow to tire, but is weak. Her nose bridge is concave, head is somewhat short, copper skin is wrinkled, rust eyes are slightly protruding, her hair is cinnamon with a touch of gray, medium-length hair is neatly combed. And she is currently, she's 84 years old.
Hey, bitch!
Hi, Hadanu. How you doing today? Let's see. Kate has a lot of willpower and a sharp intellect, but has a shortage of patience and an iffy memory. There's a meme about there being a sickness in Uganda. Right, yeah, because they couldn't get marriage equality outlawed here in America, so they all went over to So the assholes in, you know, like the religious right went over to Uganda to like spread it there. She's somewhat more fearful in the face of imminent danger, slow to anger, is pleased by her own appearance and talents, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, is quite polite, has a sense of duty, needs alcohol to get through the working day, personally sees the whole pursuit of art as silly, has a negative view of those who exercise powers over others, and doesn't really value skills related to fighting. That's very undwarven-like. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. She likes shale, nickel, turquoise, giant moose antler, giant tortoise bone, hemp fabric, thrips for their prolific breeding, the words of the cerulean queen, the sight of the fortuitous silk. When possible, she prefers to consume monarch butterfly, cabbages, turnip wine, giant kangaroo's milk, and cotton seeds. What a weird appetite she has. Oh, speaking of ladies, though, Mitha, we do have a couple left to pick from now. Like I said, we've got a thresher, a fish dissector, a weaver, and a clothier. Hello, my twin. Yes, if anybody has not yet followed my twin Haneru, please do so. Yep, she is she's a delightful person to hang around with. Incredibly unhinged. She matches my energy wonderfully. Is a writer, and you know, streams some very interesting games. Talking about me today? Aw, how it's sometimes freaky that we're on the exact same wavelength. Well, hey, we are twins. Like, we share, like, we're not actual, like, familial twins, but we share the, we share a birthday, and we were born on the same year. So we can be twins in, like, the, like, the close bond way, but not in a family way. So it's okay if we. So yeah, the weaver. Looks like they have a pet turkey. Let's see. Great ability to focus, a natural ability with music. Feels a strong need to reciprocate favors. Let's see. Likes to present herself boldly, even if it would offend an average sense of modesty, which is pretty cool. Tries to do things correctly each time, has little interest in joking around, tends to assume the worst of two outcomes would happen. Personally doesn't care about family one way or the other, doesn't particularly value the truth. Any of this kind of leaping out at you, Mitha? Twincest, but it's cool this time. We have kind of, we have talked about, like, the possibility of that. My twin sister that's from another family, but saw her as your sister because we grew up together. Everything there is great except the value of truth. All right, here we go. You shall be Mitha of IronSpire. Welcome to the fortress. Okay. Oh, this stockpile, let's take economic stone out of it. And no metal ores. We just want rocks that we're going to lob at the wall to see how rocks fare when you throw them really hard. Let's repaint this. Okay. How do I... Okay, I need to... Okay, you know what? We'll just remove that stockpile. That's fine. Because I want to build another anvil. Have ourselves a little bit of symmetry. Kate is just sleeping on the rock floor here for some reason. Alright, let's see. Let's get you all some rooms. Yeah, we're living the, like, Mom Dani dream as well here. Like, all of these dwarves, they get a room. And, you know, they don't have to pay rent. The rent has been frozen forever. We love free housing, right? So it turns out that, you know, you can be at your best productivity if you don't have to worry about, like, being thrown out on your ass. Hell, we're even going to give you free furniture to put your clothes in. Because dwarves don't really have a system of currency except to use in trade with other civilizations. Okay, that reminds me. Okay, we've got the carpenters' workshops here. We've got stoneworkers. I want a jeweler's. And a crafts dwarf workshop. We name the mayor after Mom Dani once we have one. Hell yeah. Okay, we're getting some good pots here filled with drinks. We've got some good, oh, shit. Oh no. Ah, shit, the game crashed. Okay, well, let's see where it last picked up. I really hope that we haven't lost it. That's what I thought. If you're dystopia, make sure the poorest folk are housed and fed. They're not going to rise up. Exactly. Like, even the most... Oh, fuck. This happened, like, before the last migrant wave. Damn it. Well, we're going to have to find new dwarves for people. That's okay. Like, yeah, I like that even, like, Haneru's, like, fictional dystopia that she wrote has it so that the vilest capitalists recognize that if you, like, as long as your people are paid, you know, and that they have the most basic of basic needs met, that they aren't going to rise up because, you know, they can't afford food or whatever. It's like the, you know, the current people in charge are just so weirdly cartoonishly evil that they don't recognize they don't recognize the need for enlightened self-interest. Reminds me of a thing I saw in Blue Sky today of if boss makes a dollar, I make a dime was actually true, then like literally every employee at Walmart would basically be a millionaire at the very least. Okay, okay. The trade caravan's here. Oh. Oh, interesting. Look at this. So once again, this is kind of representative of what our dwarven kingdom is like. We are so well integrated with goblins who were eager to learn our culture that even our dwarven outpost liaison is a goblin. Like our outpost liaison is a goblin. The captain of the royal guard is a goblin. The last few kings and queens have been goblins, but they, you know, we are well integrated with the goblins. All right, much to share. All right, so this time we're gonna ask for what are we gonna ask for? Okay, yep. We're gonna ask for some chalk for Fluxstone. Ask for like the cool different like chemical stuff for parchment, for like paper. Okay. They want toys and crutches next year. All right. So, trade broker. Okay, yeah. Okay, this was Solar Sniper. That's why you love your boss, and you and him make the same amount of money per hour. And as soon as he moves the other guy to his store, makes 700. Holy shit! You work in a fucking workers' co-op? That is incredibly based. So yeah, one of the big reasons that I name these people like of Name of Fortress here is that if we ever move to a different fortress and like we play that fortress instead, sometimes dwarves from other fortresses that we've been in will migrate there, and so we'll be able to tell if they migrated there from another place just at a glance. That sounds like a rough exchange, but hey, as long as you're happy with it, then it sounds like it's a good deal for you.
What? You think you deserve anything?
Pretty sure I already fed her. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna try this again. I'm gonna build a catapult and a ballista. And we're gonna get moving trade goods over to the depot. You know, we can give them some bars of iron, you know, as a way of showing like, hey, this is a good representation of the fine things that we've been creating. This is a chance for you to see what we're capable of mining down here. So come back next year with more, and we'll do business. Give him a couple of rough gems, just in case. Zelda says that I've never fed her. I know, right? He's also willing to pay us more than himself and make sure we get paid before he gets paid. Like, that's a really fucking good boss then. Aw. Hi, Zelda. Did mommy pick you up? Probably wasn't what you wanted, but that's what you're getting. Mwah. Waifu was wondering if any of you could hear Zelda purring there. Probably not. Like, the noise gate is pretty good on this.
Yeah. You're gonna have to work for him.
Did not hear purrs. Okay. Okay. New migrant wave. Who dis? Okay.
Yeah.
We are back up to 18 migrants. Okay, we've got a fisher dwarf, a weaver. Okay. This will, so, that's going to be Mitha of IronSpire. Yeah, it's not the exact same migrant wave as last time, unfortunately, but we'll make do. Okay, a glassmaker. They're male. Never says I don't know how I'm gonna pay myself if money is tight. Always says I don't know how I'm gonna pay you guys. I'm fine not taking. That sounds so cool. I'm really happy for you. We're gonna get this place. This place is gonna be bustling eventually. Okay. Looks like we have our first siege weapons set up. Bustling and bussin'. On God, for real. Have a good night, Tara. Thank you for being here. I'm sure you will lead the fortress to greatness. Okay, I'm gonna grab that instrument there. A couple of cages. Get a couple of those barrels. Another pickaxe. Yeah. Yes. Okay, all of these different pieces of jewelry. Get those out into the world. And that way, the mountain home will know that we are at least established and able to trade. Also says as long as the store continues to make money, he'll keep us. But if both stores don't make money and he has to close, there's not much he can do. Been in business 16 years. Well, hey, that just goes to show that he is, that he knows what he's doing. Really happy for you. I currently work for a company that is, you know, it's a private insurance company, so, you know, kind of part of the problem. But, you know, they pay me somewhat decently, and I try to use that to then do good elsewhere. Tyrus has become a stone crafter officially. Okay, Sid is currently helping dig out the crafting area. Okay, I kept pestering him. Let's see. Fire at enemies, practice fire, stand ready but do not fire. Not in use. Okay, we don't have any ballista arrows just yet. But we're gonna assemble a wooden ballista arrow. We're gonna try this out. We also have numerous boulders here. We'll also target enemies. Place archery targets for better training. Ah, okay, okay. Before we start firing, let's expand this corridor a little, just for safety's sake. Okay, Cyrocanu has loaded a boulder onto the catapult. And is gonna start, detailing the results of this for the Queen. While we're at it, I think one thing that I want there is like, I'm gonna make a small library here. After all, we want some. We want to be able to detail the results, don't we? Lenny Dwarf. Oh, okay. Let's see. Iden Ilrum Bomrek will make you Lenny of IronSpire. Cool. Okay. There's more native platinum here, so I want to get that nice and dug out before any live target testing. Oh my god, Jamie is... Yeah, Jamie is here. We love Jamie. This is a good amount of platinum. Okay, okay. Military. Let's build a couple of archery targets, shall we? After all, we want to be able to replicate some of these results. Okay, we are ready. Time to start practice firing. Let's see, is Mitha a siege operator? They are not. Okay. Siege operators, only selected people. Right now, Cyrocanu is going to be our only siege operator. Whoop. But Mitha is still ready to fire. Pow. Okay. Promising. Mitha is still loading the catapult despite being told not to. Not in use. Okay, cool. Alright, let's try that again. Stand ready, but do not fire. Okay, Cyrocanu should be coming on over now to, she is currently making rock crafts. Trying to get ahead of the project, you know? Maybe we'll make you a siege engineer as well just yet. Sarakanu feels the need to make a ballista arrow then. Okay. You know what? Yeah, siege operators. Let's include Mitha in this. We're gonna need apprentices and people who are willing to operate these engines. Standing ready to fire. Fire. Pow. Did you see that? I barely saw it because it happened so fast. Okay. Every time a boulder gets loaded, shrapnel of like rocks is just blazing out in those directions. Once upon a time, catapults were dumb. They sucked. They were terrible. They barely functioned. The only real use that catapults were good for was like basically training someone up in siege operation. Like that was literally all they were good for. But now they have like, now the rocks act like basically bombs. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I think furniture is... Okay, yeah, we've got catapult parts, like... Okay, yeah, it's basically like siege ammo here. Ballista, arrowheads. Okay, cool. Looks like the other dwarves are bringing over some fresh boulders to throw. Over here, we are going to make a little library. The Houses of Winding is its name. I'm gonna put a couple of basic tables and chairs in here. Keep everybody oh my god. Yeah, something that our people can, you know, keep their knowledge. And Sairakanu, our siege engineer, is going to want to detail their findings. Once upon a time, out of character, in a previous version of the of Dwarf Fortress, catapults were seen to be just kind of dumb. They just sucked. They were awful. The fact that it largely like the material that you were firing also like severely impacted whether or not it could actually do damage. Severely impacted the use of catapults at all. And I feel like, you know, in my head, like this is the canon that we're developing, saying that, you know, once upon a time, you know, these items were seen to be, you know, nothing more than nothing more than like curiosities, things that were barely used by any engineer worth their salt. And now Mitha is testing out one of the catapults. Mitha is already a competent siege operator without any actual weaving to do. She has been very much applying herself to this new hobby that she's found for herself. She feels very satisfied upon improving her siege operation skills. We've got a whole bunch of wooden ballista arrows now. Now that we've got those done, how about we get this ballista stood ready? Ooh. Looks like Mitha has literally been ignoring her needs, including thirst, in order to get everything, in order to keep firing. That'll be useful during sieges. Okay, so Rakanu is coming over to load the ballista. Standing ready. Fire. Ooh. That traveled like crazy. That was really good. We go load. But, well, I blinked and fucking missed it. Look at how fast that goes. You seeing this? If we start making ballista arrows out of something more substantial than wood, imagine how much more powerful these things could be. These are fascinating results. But Cyrakanu left the mountain home with plans for something new. Something that only dwarven engineering could truly come up with. Combining things such as the humble crossbow with bins and chains. We are now seeing for the first time a new thing, something that was added in with the siege update. And so, like, in my head, I'm thinking like this is like a top secret project that that they've basically kept completely hidden from from like the goblins, from like everyone else, until they were sure that this would work. Thank you for the head pats, Jaunty. We're gonna get some wooden bolts as a way to test this. The blueprints are ready. We have some pecan wood to make some bolts. This is all very much experimental. My patrons, it's time to show you the bolt thrower. Okay. Let's get a stockpile ready for ammunition. The ballista is different from the bolt thrower. Yep. If you take a look here, the ballista, much larger. The bolt thrower, only one tile. It uses a rope or other chain, a mechanism, and there are bin and bolt thrower parts. We yearn for siege weaponry, exactly. So, we have bolts nearby. Okay. We need to figure out how to make these available. Okay. Okay, militia commander is going to be Tyrus for their tactics and their leadership skills. Okay. Question is, how do I make labor? Let's put arrows in a box with a rubber band. Trust me, stupid cat. Yeah. Let's see. Make ammo available. Don't worry, we're finding this out together. Okay, maybe stocks? No. Okay. Okay. We're working on this. Artifacts, that's not it. Maybe I have to build a barracks or like an archery range. Okay. I'm not sure how to get this to work. Is it a glitch? No, I just don't. I don't know how to assign ammunition. Alrighty, Jamie. Have a good luck. Are these just regular? Yeah, I made just like wooden bolts for a crossbow. Yeah, it just literally loads up bolts. It's under ammo, like, okay, like like it is there, but I don't know how to make it available. It's not tasks, it's not creatures. It doesn't seem to be labor. It's not under work orders. It's not under objects. It's not under justice. Where the hell is the ammo? Okay, you know what? We've got an ad break coming up. I'll figure this out in a sec. So, everybody, get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink, do whatever it is you need to do, and we will be right back. All right, everyone, we're back. To anyone who happens to be using a crossbow, snagging it for archery for some wonky reason, no, I don't have any other ranged weapons in the fortress. Like, it's just these. Alright, well, hey, whilst that's going on, set up the bedrooms for the migrants. I did a quick question to the Dwarf Fortress Discord. Wonder if Blind IRL is still streaming. No, he is not. All right. Well, I've added in an extra like work order here. Hydrate none shrimp will do. Ah. Okay. I'm gonna put in cabinets for everyone as well. Like, sure, everyone's room is kind of a rough, like hollowed out cave right now. But, you know, for some people, that is more than enough. It is more than they have ever had. And hey, it's not like they have to pay for their food. Okay, bolts nearby but assigned to hunters. 50, yeah. I made more. I made more fucking bolts. And like yet it says that the very base that dwarf communism is the default. Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay, we got minecart routes. That's not it. We've got high traffic areas. It's like nothing here about I guess solution, trash them, DF hack, move them. I don't think that would work. All right, well, whilst we're working on that, I know that we weren't getting the clothing stuff back up and running from before, so I'm just gonna quickly rebuild all that. We got some barrels and buckets. We're gonna get the dyeing industry up here. Get those workshops ready, and then we can do some awesome stuff with it. Okay, we've got another forge going, and whilst we're waiting on that, we can at least get the next part of the project going, and that is to start digging away and chopping away at our surroundings. We want a nice clear area. And that way we can start building walls around ourselves. After all, this is meant to be a fortress. Every now and then I think about that one fort you died because you opened a pit directly to the caverns with a 12-floor drop. God, yeah, dwarves really are just kind of special, aren't they? some days they'll, you know, they'll create an artifact that is of like unparalleled beauty, and then other times they'll just like other times they'll just like throw themselves into a gorge because they found an inventive way to die. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna make 10 sets of wooden bolts and see if that's enough. Ah, a human lasher is visiting. What purpose, though? You're a guest listening to poetry, seeking information about the location of the pulpy phantom. Presumably some sort of artifact that we have nothing to do with. Much as we would love to help you, my guy, we got nothing for you. The pulpy phantom. Yeah, it sounds like the name of an artifact. Dwarf, I made a beautiful master-crafted armor piece. Same draw when they see a ravine. Yeah, well, guess I just gotta jump into it. Yep. Oh, look, a new way to die. Like, we can confirm it for, like, military uniforms. But there's, like, nothing that says where it's, like, set aside for hunting. Okay, yeah, like, it keeps assigning them to squads and hunters, but, like, not to anything else. I only noticed when I opened the spa and all the dead children. Oh, finally. Okay. I don't know how they started loading them up. Stand ready. Okay, Cyrockanu has loaded enough. There are 75 bolts loaded into this bolt thrower as of right now. Let's see what happens. Fire. Holy shit. Those were all fired in like the space of a handful of seconds. It was like basically under 2 seconds that it like spat out 75 bolts. I would say that test was Tom and Jerry ass shit. I would say that was a very successful test. Hey, that was some fucking Tommy gun shit. Like an unarmored target getting hit like that, they would be very dead. Now then, what I'm gonna do here, we're gonna build up more archery targets, and then we're gonna do what I've seen other people do when it comes to like military training. I'm gonna dig a channel directly in front of the archery targets, so that when the arrow hits the archery target, it should drop down into the channel and act as a reservoir.
Just so you know, I'm gonna go look now.
All right, Praxis. Have a wonderful night, hon. I appreciate you being here. All right, fire that ballista, and we'll see if it goes down into this little ammo reserve gorge. It does not. Okay, maybe they've changed that now. All right. Alert. Your fortress is out of food. Are your farm plots working? Make sure you are planting edible plants. Do you have any livestock to slaughter? Perhaps you can gather plants, fruit, or go fishing. Well, we were so busy, we're so wrapped up in creating weapons that we completely missed what we should have been doing, which was getting more food. Let's start planting some crops here. That won't be enough to help us right now. We're got to start slaughtering some things. And these two water buffaloes, they we pulled on America. Yeah, we were so busy focusing on our military budget and how to kill things effectively that we completely missed our fucking mark when it came to actually feeding our people. Don't worry, we can make this work. We'll slaughter one of the roosters, and yeah, we'll slaughter the water buffaloes. Hi, Lexi. How you doing, hun? I'm so good at killing things that we does. Wow. We were just trying out the new update here. Make those dwarven pizzas. We'll work on it. We're slaughtering things here. We've got a nice little vent so there's no miasma. We've got a fair few drinks. Okay. We've got, okay. Working on rendering the fat. I'm going to slaughter these water buffaloes. I know bread isn't even a thing in the game. It's crazy to me. Like, we have wheat. Like, we can get wheat, no problem. Okay, seeds are being planted. It's fine. We got a farmer's workshop out here. I'm gonna process some plants. I think we have some, like, sugar or something. Okay, we're processing the blackberries in the blackberry bushes here. So blackberry bushes will get us blackberries that we can either eat or make into drinks. Okay, yeah, there we go. And then sweet pods. We can turn the sweet pods into the syrup. And we've got some good lavish meals here. We'll start cooking some eggs. Okay, okay. But the leaders of Datan Datur Igath Anriz are satisfied that the first test was successful. I mean, we can also turn the blackberries into drinks. That is a thing we can do. Same thing for like prickleberries and such. Okay, okay. We're gonna work on this. We're gonna have rock pots. We're gonna make 50 of them. Wooden barrels. We're gonna make 50 of those as well. We're gonna make sure that we've got plenty of drinks and plenty of food. If it can become alcohol, it will become alcohol. Oh yeah, like the dwarves have like an incredible sense of like engineering, like ingenuity when it comes to what they can make into alcohol. They can make radish wine. You can make turnip wine. Okay, we're making water buffalo meals here. Stuff out of beak dog eggs. Ooh, we've got fruit we can make into stuff. We even have we even have like horn that we can decorate things with now. We can make horn crafts. Okay, we've got rock nuts here, quarry bushes. Quarry bushes are a good like spice that you can add to meals. We've got rhubarb, asparagus. Okay, good. We've got some good meals prepared. And plenty of leather. Alright, so this, okay. Cloth, and we'll also add leather to this part here. Mushroom wine. Hi, Devora, how you doing? So look at this. We actually have so many different things that we can dye out now. Spinach leaf dye. That's a pretty cool green. We would need unrotten spinach leaves. Okay, the water buffaloes have been slaughtered. All right. And those are some weird noises going on. All right, dwarves, is there anything that we can forage out here? Okay, we've got grass, we've got wheat, we've got whip vines. Here we go. We should be fine now. Okay, standing order. Okay, here we go. Standing orders, automatically tannery, hauling, refuse and dumping. Here we go. Sieges and forbidding, other. Set hunter ammunition. Here we go. I'm gonna remove a whole bunch of this ammunition and then confirm. So that means we should then have, okay, bolts nearby and available. Cool. Now we've got bolts that we can just load into the bolt thrower. Yeah, I hope you're having a good day today, Devora. If you're looking for another lovely lady to follow, please consider dropping Devora a follow. She's very cool. I've been doing some hunt with her lately. It's been a good time. Okay, looks like everyone is mostly happy. So now we can get working on. Okay, Lenny is going to store something. Nice. Okay. We're processing rhubarb. Hell yeah. Rhubarb makes an excellent wine. Just spam clothes. I'm working on it for sure. Okay, so. Alright, so we've got a whole bunch of stuff, but we need like empty bags. Leather bag. Here we go. We can use the water buffalo leather that we've been crafting to make some bags to store dye. Welcome to Shoe Fort, an experiment I did where everyone was nudist except for the military. Everyone else only wore shoes. They were overjoyed because every shoe was a masterpiece. I mean, good for them, I guess. All right, we are cutting some gems. Getting some real beauties here. We have massive amounts of bars for like silver, iron, copper. This is looking good. You know, I have seen a lot of goblins that just seem to be okay with having with like no clothes. Okay, so bayberry leaf dye, blackberry dye, rape dye, hazel bark dye, rhubarb leaf dye, willow bark dye. Alder bark dye. Gobbos don't need no clothes. True. Yeah, I ain't afraid of no clothes. Bum ba da ba dum ba ba. Okay, so the game is saving. That was a that was a close call there. I believe it. I wonder how many more migrants we'll get, because our civilization is not very populous or prosperous. Like, not especially. My god, Jamie. Jamie, stop. Stop fishing in the place where there is no fish. See, premium and limited edition is even harder because there are magnets under the table that randomly kick in and fling the ball at random, like, ghosts inside the table. That's pretty cool. Favorite is when a dwarf goes fishing in the well and it works. Yeah, pretty sure that's not a thing that can happen. Whoop. It is blissful remembering sleeping in a very good bedroom. Okay, cool. We've got more crops coming in. We can brew drinks. We have enough to keep people more or less satisfied for the time being. We've got a lot of bone crafts out here. Oh no, there's a horn. Okay. All right. What we can also make are bolts made of bone. So we've got a lot of that. And that will be a perfect thing to help with the bolt thrower. A goblin peddler. You're a very successful peddler. Got a silver scimitar and everything. Finally, a use for bone bolt. Yeah, we can... In addition to hunting, they're also useful for training. After all, yeah, one of the... I've always said that bone bolts can be useful for hunting because, you know, most enemies are not... Like, most things that you would hunt are not going to be, like, made of anything that... Like, they're not going to have any armor that would naturally block you. Okay. We're gonna make a couple of since Arya's probably just really itching for the chance to get some more smithing experience. Let's make some pickaxes. But no, if you kill the unicorn, you get unicorn bone bolts. And then you can use the unicorn bone bolts to like kill more unicorns. Alright, let's center on our fort over here. This is IronSpire. Over here is Diamond Scorpion, belonging to the Dungeon of Canyons. And then over here, yet another set of Dark Goblin pits belonging to the Dungeon of Canyons. Then over here, a Dark Elven fortress of Spider Sweats. And then over here, these people are our allies. Dear people. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new squad. They're not going to have a uniform. And we're just going to assign to them Unib, this worthless peasant here. I'm going to call them the Ambassador. Now, the purpose of this Ambassador is not to do anything specifically military, but what they're going to do is they're going to go over to the Deerman Forest here, and they are going to demand a one-time tribute. They are not going over there to attack anyone. They're just going to go over and say, hey, I think you should give the Fortress of IronSpire, the Scraped Skies, some stuff as a one-time thing. And they will say no. But the point of doing that is to then put us on their map. Because they're our allies. They're going to want to come on over and see what we have that we could trade with them. So next spring, they should send us a caravan. Okay. So, the ambassador has left the map. Now that we've started clearing away stuff in the spring, it's time to start working on an ambitious part of our project. I'm going to start making rock blocks. You can build reinforced walls above ground in caverns or in spaces you have mined out. Requires 2 boulders, blocks, or wood, and metal bars. Provides some resistance to invaders. I want these reinforced walls. So, we're going to have to start digging deeper. Those reinforced walls, they're going to be essential in building this this buffer fortress against the goblins. Invaders not break through. I'm not sure if it's they cannot break through or if it just takes them longer. We'll find out, I guess. New secrets that our engineers have brought from the mountain home that they've been pondering for a chance to properly apply outside of outside of Warm Cloister. Because sure, could they have worked on these things inside the Fortress of Warm Cloister? Maybe. But could they have? Not without alerting the lizard queen, the lizard demon. Okay, we're going to have Solar Sniper and Ari both be the fortress's current allowed weaponsmiths. You know what? Sure, we'll allow... oh, wait. Jaunty's more of a carpenter. Okay. Then we add a new detail. Armor smithing. Only selected people do it. We don't really have anybody who is set to be an armorer. You know what? Mincott the Bone Carver here and Kib the Jeweler. I think they could benefit from becoming armorers. It's time to make some more anvils. Because our people will surely need them. Ooh, our militia captain has returned. That was quick. Let's check on the report. We demanded tribute from Mythsheen. Tribute agreement was rejected, but now we know. Now they know we're here. Hey Lilith, what's your question? So we've got Goblin Hamlets. We've got a Deer Man Hamlet here. Let's send the ambassador over there to demand a tribute from them as well. What is 13.4 times 5? Nope. You ain't gonna get me with that one. I was born at night. Not last night. Sending a single idiot dwarf in adamantine armor to a random fortress. Yeah, my point is, I don't even need him to come back successful in the tributes. I just need him to put us on the map for those Deer People settlements. Yes, it is indeed that number. It's, I guess, a meme number that the Gen Alphas and the Zoomers are talking about. I have no clue why. Okay, we're gonna make this stockpile up here for blocks made of stone and clay. What's a line from a rap? Oh, okay, okay. Alright, tribute agreement was rejected, but now they know we're here. Bauxite. Okay. And more limonite. More bituminous coal. The only disappointing thing so far is I have yet to see any flux stone. Okay, tiger iron jewels, nice. Yeah, I really want some flux stone because then we can properly start making steel. We brought some with it. Oh, hey, an old woman merchant. Frustrated after getting into an argument. Real Fluxstone was inside us all along. Well, hey, I mean, bones do have carbon in them. And I do have a mod on that allows me to use ground bones and shells as Fluxstone. So, Ash, are you volunteering your bones? Alright, we are just stripping down these hillsides now. our miners here becoming incredibly proficient when it comes to all of this, to all the digging. Thank you for the hug, Sid. Kova is making some excellent bins there. Good. And yeah, the craftsdwarfship of the individual blocks here basically means nothing. Because blocks don't have an innate craftsdwarfship, but it will help level up our... it'll help level up our masons who are working on them.
Hey, bitch!
Hey, Magpie, how you doing? Alright. You know what? Let's make the tavern a little fancier. Let's start improving people's rooms. Our people are mostly happy, and right now, that's something good that we can focus on. When the people who aren't digging can get smoothing out the stone in their rooms. The fortress attracted no migrants this season. I guess we'll have to make do. Without any migrants, we can, we at least don't have to make new rooms. We can get the stone all smoothed out.
Hey, bitch!
Smooth stone, rock blocks, bone bolts. Oh, I can set an amount. Okay, so just so if I only allow for 100 bolts to be used at any one time in hunting, and the rest can be assigned for the bolt throwers. Stonewall, yes. We'll make it gayer. That's not a glitch, that's a feature. You know, people, dwarves get drunk, they fight each other, they throw up, That sounds like pretty dwarven behavior to me. It's an annoying feature, it means you can't have an entertainer. I mean, you can, you just gotta put up with drunken brawling. Alright, we are really, we're getting stability here at least. Alright. We've got plenty of food. We've got meat, we've got organs, we've got blackberry wine. We just need to keep it. Tantra. Okay, but a platinum mug is definitely going to be something that would beat people to death. All right. Let's see. It shows premeditation of the crime. I mean, tantrums are not premeditated though. Oh hey, there's an elf here. They're naked and they have 3 books. The Hidden Meaning of the Elves. Concerns the start as a dancer. Okay. This is literally their autobiography. The Knowledge of the Author. Concerns the competitive king by... Oh, again, you know, it's a book about them reading about them making other books. And this is a book about the Fortress Gifted Gates. Interesting. Hi, Reki. How you doing? Oh, hey, a goblin dancer is trying to meet with Terra, who is currently asleep. You know what? Yeah, let's dig out here, and we'll make a nice little office for the expedition leader / mayor. No doubt this goblin is waiting for people to... The plots are bouncing, wish to reside here for entertainment purposes. You know what? Sure. Right now, we cannot afford to have people... We can't really afford to turn people away. And Terra is working hard at making those bone bolts. Yeah, what you been up to, Reki? Can I get a shout out for Rek Hawaii, please? I've attempted previously to raid into her and then just spelled the name incorrectly because it was like, oh, I thought it was 2 eyes. It was not. But I don't feel bad about that so much because, like, apparently it's something that other people have also done, so... Alright, there we go. Ooh, what kind of demos or and/or games were you working on? Where's that peasant? Ah, here we go. Unib, the useless peasant. Okay. You've congratulations. You're getting a pickaxe. Get carving. We've got more digging to do. I really want to either crack the caverns or find Fluxstone before the stream is over. Hey, we've got a whole bunch of puppies. Soon enough, we'll be able to have war dogs and such. Oh, hey, that dancer that I asked to stay with us here, she's helping out with smoothing the floors down. I finished up some work. That was not satisfying. Okay, we've got more tetrahedrite here. Nice. Very cool. Tetrahedrite. Sure, why not? Where do you two? Oh, you discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. There we go. Said I wanted to crack the caverns. Well, there they are. We've got mudstone. We've got bituminous coal. Expensive cavern. Thank you, Twin. Okay, let's see here.
Oh, whoa. It's a raid.
Oh, hey. Hi there, Strawberry Moose. How you doing? It's good to see you. It has been a hot minute. For those who don't know me, my name is Lola. I'm the world's only Molotov cocktail VTuber. I checked. And today, I'm playing some Dwarf Fortress. We are checking out the siege
Welcome
update.
to the cocktail lounge.
That's a lot of mud down there.
Please enjoy your stay.
Thank you for the follow. Follows are anonymous, but always appreciated. Please feel free to hang out and chat if you want, but never feel obligated. Yeah. Ooh, what kind of special event are you celebrating? I would love to hear more. Okay. So the expansive cavern does not appear to have any spores. It has a whole lot of mud. That means that it is useless for creating floor fungus. Okay, I guess the sheep will have to stay upstairs for now. Celebrating the next couple weeks leading up to your birthday? Oh, that's amazing. I love that. What level are you gonna be, you know? Okay. Yeah, I was just figuring some shit out. Hi, Minty. How you doing? Level 27. That's a good level. Hope you're spending it well. Okay. I have a plan for something. I'm gonna dig it out real close to the surface here. Do this before I forget.
I'll let you raid my
Oh my god,
channel
another
any
raid?
day.
Was this everybody coming in at once? Thank you so much, Braska, for the raid. For those who don't know me, my name is Lola, the world's only Molotov cocktail VTuber. I checked, and yeah, tonight we're doing some Dwarf Fortress. We're celebrating the release of the Siege update, and I'm assuming that based off of that, that you were doing some Donkey Kong of some sort. Ooh, banana. Yeah, we're gonna be finishing up pretty soon here. God, I forgot how long I fucking go when people give me the opportunity and nobody tells me to stop when it comes to Dwarf Fortress. You were up conkying your dongs. Excellent. I hope you had a good time. And yeah, for everybody from the raids, feel free to get comfy for a little bit. I'm gonna be winding down here soon, but then, yeah, we'll find someone else to raid here. But yeah, I appreciate you all stopping in. Heard of Dwarf Fortress several times, but you do not know anything about it. Dwarf Fortress is a Dwarf Fortress is a management sim, essentially. It is it's basically yeah, it's a fantasy sim that is kind of like a mix between Minecraft and The Sims, and everybody is an alcoholic. Right now, we're making sure that everybody has housing and that their needs are sorted. Dwarf Fortress is a game, and then not. Yeah, that would be a real power move, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's a game, and then just yeah. Okay, got everybody more or less like. Oh hey, it looks like Jamie might actually be going to fish from a body of water that. Nope. Again, going after the stagnant bodies of water that do not produce any fish. You know what? No more fishing for you. Not until you figure out how to actually fish. So yeah, the reason I'm like digging out this specific part of the map is because we're gonna put bees here. And you might be wondering, that's not how you'd get bees. Bees are something that you clearly put underground, that you put above ground. To which I say, you fool. Clearly, you are unaware of the exploit, slash perfectly intended game mechanic that is Dwarf Fortress's beekeeping. So when it comes to something being above ground, the game only checks once to see if your fortress has actually see if that tile is actually above ground or not. As a result, I can now pave over this hole in the ground, and the game will just assume that that it's still above ground. No, those are completely different mechanics, but I am aware of the ones that you are referring to. So because the game thinks that this is still above ground, it's growing grass. And it still counts as above ground for all of the other reasons. For instance, if I put beehives under here, my dwarves will then go and fetch bees from nearby beehives and just cram them into the hives. So then we can get as much honey as we ever need. Just one of many ways in which this fortress intends to be self-sufficient and stable. Right now, there's a whole bunch of bricks that are being brought up to start building the fortifications around the around this site, because this place is designed to be a buffer between our homeland and the demons goblin armies that are roaming out there. All right, let's see how these reinforced walls work. Okay, so try conglomerate, and we've got copper, silver, platinum, or iron. I mean, we kind of have to use iron, don't we? After all, this is the fortress of IronSpire. What kind of self-respecting dwarves would we be if we did not make our first reinforced wall out of iron? So, yet another feat of engineering that our dwarves have started testing away from the homeland to see if this is something that we can use to keep the goblins out. It may be too late for the homeland to try some of these innovative techniques, but maybe, just maybe. So, the worst case scenario that our queen has in mind is that this place holds the attention of the forces of Flinch Lizard for a time, to keep them from just completely massacring us. The best case scenario, however, is that this place eventually becomes a place that is a new mountain home, a fortified mountain home, somewhere that our queen can retreat to properly hide herself and as many of our people as possible from our ancient foes. We've gotten a good start, and I think we have made a great deal of progress, even if we had a brush with death. But we almost started starving. But now we're in a good solid position, and we can start to build up our wealth and our crafts. We can start making our dwarves like properly skilled at siege engineering, at armor and weaponsmithing, and be ready for the first time someone tries to take us down. So yeah, overall, I'm really excited to see more of this siege update. The fact that the siege weapons now look suitably like devastating, that the rocks just straight up explode, that the ballista arrows just fire with such intense force, the fact that the bolt throwers have a ridiculous rate of fire. Thank you for watching, everybody. Please be sure to click all those cool buttons like the like button, the subscribe button, and check out any other videos on my channel that you like. And please feel free to hit up my Twitch, give me a follow, and let me know that you came from YouTube. Thank you for watching, and once again, remember that the world is only as dark as we allow it to be.